Opposed? Pass.
All right, if we could go to item N6, that's the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for January 2022.
Know that we have had one project announcement for this first quarter, and that was in McGregor with Messer.
All right, if there's no questions, or a motion to approve the chamber report for recording purposes?
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion. Second, any other discussion? Other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, we can go back up to item F, budget amendments. F1's regarding the FY22 budget. Francis?
FY22 budget amendments, starting with F1A.
Is there a motion to approve F1D through F1I?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion. Second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs, G1 is authorization of recommendations. G1A regarding bid 22-004, aggregate surface treatment for delivery and pickup.
All right, what's the pleasure on items G1A?
Motion to approve the purchasing director's recommendations on the bids.
Second. We have a motion. Second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right.
All right, item G1B regarding bid 22-005, asphalt emulsions for delivery and pickup.
Not what's the pleasure, court?
Move to approve the recommendation of the purchasing director.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion. Second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. I'd like to go to item L1. We have Shane Turner and Fiona Bond here. It's regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Physical Recovery Fund American Rescue Plan Act, discussion or action regarding the eligible expenses and our funding guidelines, reporting requirements, and funding request.
So I'm Fiona Bond, Executive Director of Creative Waco, and of course this is Shane Turner, owner and operator of the Hippodrome.
All right, so we will recess until 1 o'clock tomorrow. So it's 11. All right, good morning. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, February 25th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.
Thank you. And if anyone has a public comment, they can come forward now from the audience. Yes, sir.
My name is Shannon Caraway. I'm Vice President for Business Development for a company called Solar Prime. Currently, we're trying to develop another 300 megawatt solar farm and 300 megawatt battery energy storage project here in McLennan County. And it's out north of Trading House Creek Reservoir, that area there. We're preparing to submit a proposal to this body soon for a county tax abatement for the project, and just wanted to stop by ahead of time, introduce ourselves, and tell you what we're doing.
Going to D on proclamations, resolutions. We have nothing this week. Under E, under consent agenda, I have no recommended pulls. Does anyone else have a pull from the consent agenda they want to discuss? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Dustin.
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could go to item N1, this is discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19.
These case numbers have decreased for the hospitals.
All right, Judge, do you want to accept that for recording purposes?
Yes. Is there a motion to accept that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, if we could go to item N10, presentation from Texas State Technical College regarding Central Texas Industrial Training Center.
There's a mismatch
We recording? Okay. Is it recording? Okay. Call court to order. Today is Tuesday, the 16th day of August, 2022. It's 9 a.m., 9:01. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, July 7th, 2022 at 4:30 p.m.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, I would ask Dustin if you will pick up that agenda, that supplement, it's not supplemental, it's a previously posted agenda. And we have Chris Collins here to make a presentation, so.
Yes, sir. So this is a special agenda that was posted to meet the 30-day notice requirement for a tax abatement. So under item C, we have contracts, interlocal agreements, et cetera. C1 is discussion on proposed tax abatement agreement with Knauf Insulation Incorporated. Chris, do you want to step through this?
Good morning.
Good morning.
What you have before you is a tax abatement agreement with Knauf Insulation. This is the project that we worked many years on in McGregor. They have are planning to establish a insulation manufacturing facility there. With that, they'll bring a 600,000 square foot facility along with at least 150 jobs and a minimum of $194 million in capital investment. What you have before you is a tax abatement agreement for the personal property side. If you'll recall, the county is participating in a tax increment reinvestment zone in the McGregor Industrial Park, and 90% of the real property revenues generated by the incremental tax increases there will go into the TERS fund to pay for infrastructure improvements in that area. So this is a tax abatement specifically on the personal property, so the equipment side of it. With that, the company has to invest at least $119,100,000 in taxable business personal property. And the proposed abatement for your consideration is a 10-year abatement on the personal property with years 1 through 5 at 75% abated and years 6 through 10 at 50% abated.
Okay, any questions anyone would have? And I didn't ask for public comment, I mentioned it, but I didn't call it. So if there's anyone here to speak to this tax abatement agreement, can do so at this time. All right, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we can adjourn this part of the meeting, is that correct, Dustin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this meeting stands adjourned. All right, in regards to the other agenda, our regular agenda rather. So I'll call that court to order. Today is Tuesday, August 16th, 2022. It's 9:04 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, August 11th, 2022 at 4 p.m.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
At this time, if there are any public comments prior to getting into the agenda, on any matters, business matters to the court, please come forward at this time. And if you would, state your name and your address, and we generally allow around 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'm Mark Hayes. I live at 802 Wooded Crest Drive in Woodway, Texas. I'm here speaking on behalf of the McLennan County Democratic Party in support of retaining Anita Phillips as the presiding official at the Multipurpose Center. Anita, through long experience and knowledge, is the best qualified to serve in that position. I've come to know that that is a source of pride in the community there. Not so long ago, within my lifetime, people in that community were frozen out of the political system. And the fact that a person who's considered a member of the community, who faces all the challenges that they face, is in charge of that polling place is a matter of great importance to the people there. I can't, Section 32 of the Election Code addresses elections in general and puts out the proportional arrangement of election judges. Section 85 rather unambiguously states that early voting is different. I think that creates ambiguity in the law, and it might be possible to consider that as giving you a choice. The number of early voting sites matches exactly the number of county commissioners, with one early voting site in each county commissioner's precinct plus the downtown one. So perhaps that is the way that the county commissioners were able to make this arrangement in the first place years ago. I really don't know. The change will have a bad effect. It will reduce confidence in the election and in the system. It will cause people to be unsure of whether their vote will be counted. I think bringing an outsider from Woodway, from my neighborhood, which is a very different neighborhood, is a poor choice. If I was asked to be the judge at the Multipurpose Center, I would tell them, no, you need to find somebody else. I'm not the appropriate person for that. So I think that's a pretty bad idea. We hope that, that you will find a way to retain her in that position. When we place this change in the context of the constant unfounded accusations against her and harassment at that polling place, it's going to be a very bad effect on the public's view of that polling place. I hope you can find a way to do it, to keep her there. If you can't, we believe that a better choice on the Republican side would be Gloria Toney. She has worked with Anita for years, is known in the community, and is universally respected by the people that vote at the Multipurpose Center. I thank you for letting me speak to you today, and we hope you'll consider what I've said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else want to speak?
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mary Mann, excuse me, and I live at 518 Redgate Road, Mart. I would like to address the, excuse me, the item M10 regarding the election workers for the November 8th election, which the commissioners are required to approve and appoint today on the agenda. I've been working with the McLennan County Democratic Party since 2012, recruiting and doing supplemental training for election workers, both judges and clerks. 5 major elections, and I have worked with each and every judge and data clerk that has a D beside their name. You have both a Democrat and a Republican at each voting center during every hour of voting. We work to have a fair and secure election for all McLennan County residents so that they have a great voting experience. My purpose in speaking today is that the proposed changes to the deputy early voting clerks, which is the newest title in the election code now for what we've been calling presiding and alternate judges during early voting. These deputy early voting clerks in all 5 locations across the county have tremendous experience and are trusted and trained. And I know at least 3 of them personally, and both Republican and Democrats have been doing a very fantastic job for our elections office, including the multipurpose center early voting location, Ms. Anita Phillips. She has tremendous experience and knowledge, and every complaint that has been given to, has been presented against her. Those few complaints, 2 that I am aware of, have been answered by the Secretary of State's office as not applicable, that everything is fine. And for that reason, I would urge the court to approve Anita Phillips as the Democratic early voting clerk, and understand that this particular issue is pertaining to a law that's been in effect since 2017. It did not change with the new election code. We have had this same judge in those elections since 2017, and I see no reason to change that at this point. I would like for you to consider that particular item when you do M10 on your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Morning, Commissioners. How are y'all today?
Fine.
As y'all know, my name is Casey Perry. I reside at 280 Northwood Avenue in Waco, and I am the Fire Chief of Elmont Fire and Rescue. Your Honor, this morning, I know you said that you wanted to wait for Commissioner Jones to be here to take action regarding the Emergency Services District, but I am a little pressed for time today, so I would like to just provide y'all a few minutes to mull over some of my thought process here. Okay. I would like to express my discontent, not necessarily towards the commissioners, but as a whole. It seems we are being used as a pawn in a game of political chess. The commissioners, I know y'all are waiting for the City of Waco to see what the City of Waco plans to do. The City of Waco, ACM Holt, I have him on email stating that the viability of the ESD has not been confirmed by the county officials, so the city is not going to take any action until they know what the county is going to do. And then we have the City of Lacey Lakeview waiting to see what the county and the City of Waco is going to do before action is taken. So I would ask that no action be taken today. I do understand that that would not put us on the November of 2022 ballot, but would allow us the opportunity to meet with the individual cities and the individual city councils in a means to educate and inform them of what our intentions are. So we would ask that no action be taken at this time to afford us the opportunity to educate the cities further on what our intents are.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you. All right, I'd like to go under D, under resolutions of bereavement and loving memory of Mr. William Burt Jackson. Call on Commissioner Miller.
Good morning.
Morning.
And again, I would like to thank the Commissioners Court for allowing for there to be resolutions of bereavement issued to people who have made an impact in our community. This one was for William Burt Jackson. The court members may remember his brother, Noah Jackson. Mr. Jackson, Burt Jackson, he passed back in June. And he was a really strong supporter of the community. He was one of the assistant track coaches for Coach Hart at Baylor. He was a Vietnam War veteran, and when he came back home, he just devoted his life to young people in track and field. And so he did not live here, but they did have a memorial service for him here. And so the family asked that the court provide a proclamation because of his close association with the Commissioner Precinct 2 office. And so I would offer this resolution of bereavement for approval in love and memory of Mr. William Burt Jackson.
Okay, and you would put that in the form of a motion to?
Yes, I move
accept
so.
it? Second. All right, we have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing our attention to his passing.
Thank you.
All right, you have another proclamation regarding the Pleasant Grove Baptist Church Pre-Women's Day Rainbow Fellowship.
I do. I don't know, in my capacity, I just get to have a lot of fun on Saturdays. Sometimes I take Commissioner Perry with me. I think he had a good time at the breakfast. He had a good time.
Yeah.
This one, and I thought I sent Reagan both of them, so when I go back, I'll get this one attached. But this is just in honor of an event that the Pleasant Grove Baptist Church had for their women's ministry. It was a Rainbow Fellowship where we just recognized that the women came together to honor those women who are doing work in the community through a church perspective. And Pleasant Grove is one of our historical churches. It's over 120 years old. It's been around for a while, so it was an honor to even be on their program. I will get this proclamation over to Reagan. If there are no questions, though, I would like to move that we approve the proclamation recognizing the Pleasant Grove Baptist Church Pre-Women's Day Rainbow Fellowship.
Second.
All right, have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, thank you. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and clear the consent agenda, with the exceptions, I've got two pulls recommended. E3A is HR matter, pertaining to IT director position, the other one's E3C. Are there any other pulls recommended out of the consent agenda? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those pulls previously mentioned?
Second.
All right, have a motion and second. Any other discussion to item M3 for the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Report? So, Chris?
Good morning again.
Morning.
I had a couple of slides. I'm not sure if it made it to the team in time, so. Okay, Dustin, can you share your screen and show them?
I can do it. Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second.
All right, thank you. Y'all know I like to give you a little bit extra than just the numbers. So what you have before you is our monthly economic development report for June. This will show you the activity that we've seen and give you a year-to-year comparison on the level of attraction inquiries that we've had this year. You can see that 2020 was a crazy year, but still full of activity. 2021. We saw things starting to rebound even more. In 2022, the level of interest is even exceeding where we were in 2021. The level of proposals that have been going out the door are right on par for where we were in 2021. So on-site visits down a little bit in comparison to where we were in 2021, but certainly the visits that we're having are they're not just tire kicking. These are folks that are very interested in the community. And so that's what we want. We want to make sure that the folks that are coming here have a sincere interest in being a part of the greater Waco area. Our business retention program is back where it should be. We are doing on-site visits again. You remember that we had to move to virtual. We're still offering that as an option if companies prefer it, given the roller coaster that we continue to ride on. But for the most part, folks are opening their doors and welcoming us back into their facilities. We are starting to see more activity when it comes to the number of companies interested in expanding or have indicated that they're growing. So those are strong indicators for us that we always love new companies coming in, but the strength of our community is really the existing companies that are here, and we want to make sure that we're definitely supporting them. Through our existing industry program, we do provide assistance. We'll get outreach, whether it's, the trash truck is creating a pothole in my parking lot, to I'm really having an issue with a specific skill set. Can you help me connect to some training resources? We handle it all, and so we're glad that that's continuing to be a strong area where we're providing assistance to the local industries here. And then we've gotten back into our travel schedule. We're doing a lot more events outside the market, really pushing the area as a place for doing business and seeing a lot of activity and interest from consultants and direct business outreach too. So it's been a good first half of the year for us. When we look at the activity that we have as a whole, we are working on 33 different projects at various points in time. 23 of those are attraction projects and 10 are expansions by existing industries. Collectively, they represent over 6,000, the potential for 6,000 new jobs, over 5.5 million square feet of real estate expansion or absorption of existing facilities, and over $3 billion worth of additional capital investment into the marketplace. Diving into that a little bit deeper, we have about 15 really active projects that we're working on right now that cover a variety of industries. Manufacturing remains a very strong area for us as well. This is the economic index report that we do in collaboration with First National Bank of Central Texas and the Waco Tribune Herald. But what it does is it tracks monthly indicators for us, gives us a year-over-year comparison. And then I started adding 2019 back into the analysis too. So you could see, that was kind of our last baseline regular year before everything changed for us. We call it the before times. But you can see where we are in retail spending, automotive, everything that's green is a positive indicator for us, and gives you a good idea. And I'm happy to share these slides. Reagan's got them. She can share them with the court afterwards. But the economic index continues to grow for us. Now, we're watching really closely to see how inflation is impacting all of these things. But our indicators at this point are that things are still moving in a very positive direction for the community. And Dustin, if you'll roll to the next slide. One of the things that's really, we hear a lot about is labor force. What's happening in the labor force market? And so you can see that our labor force continues to grow, and we just got the numbers from the census in a June to June comparison. But we had the second highest labor and job growth in the state of Texas, behind DFW, and we were the 7th highest MSA in the United States for job growth. So those are really strong indicators for us, and we feel confident that we're a leader in the state of Texas when it comes to the work that's being done here to provide opportunities for employment, but also in the work that we're doing to help attract individuals to this area to help fill the positions that are available too. And then we have one more slide, and it's always great to have an announcement too. In June, we were able to announce Foam Tech. This was a company that we worked with early out in 2015. They established an operation here, a small distribution and headquarter relocation, where they took 15,000 square feet, and now they're establishing a 90,000 square foot production facility right on the interstate at where Highway 77 and I-35 meet in the Lacey Lakeview ETJ. So $25 million investment, 150 new jobs, and it'll be operational at the end of this year. But that just goes back to the importance of our business retention program and how important it is for us to support existing businesses here, because you never know how that small operation can turn into something really large over a period of time. When we look at the economic impact of this project, we'll have 320 direct and indirect jobs over a 10-year period, $100 million in new wages that'll be generated out of this facility, and $27 million in taxable sales and purchases in McLennan County. So those are great things and great win for us to be able to celebrate. And we were glad. That was a hot day. That facility's not even complete yet, but they had some special guests from overseas that needed to be here this specific date. And so we all were in a really warm warehouse celebrating that day, but a great win for us. So I'm glad to be able to share that with y'all.
Good, thank you. Any questions for Chris? I might say that activity's been brisk, and all indications it's gonna be that way, but at least for a little while. And thing that we shouldn't do, that would slam the door on future development, is not keeping up with our efforts for workforce training and development. And this community is doing a lot in that regard, and there's a lot more to be done in that. And the other thing is not being competitive with other communities that compete against us with economic development tools that are out there. And, you know, there again, I think we've been really doing well and progressing each year and with that. So we've seen it bad, so we can really recognize good. So
Absolutely.
I think now is what I'd say would be the good side.
Yep.
All right.
Real quick,
yeah.
Chris, I think I read, and tell me if I'm correct, that our hotel occupancy rate continues to exceed the state average.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that correct?
We are a leader in the hotel occupancy for the state of Texas.
Okay.
And that's great. I mean, we're bringing visitors here, not only for recreation, which we love, but the fact that we have a really strong business community as well means that they're bringing in guests, whether they're clients or whether they're folks from other parts of their company that are coming in too. So you have the business traveler and you have the recreational traveler too, the leisure traveler.
And we're on track to add how many new hotel rooms?
I think it's 631, I think, is the number that I saw the other day.
Projecting right now.
Yeah, based off of the hotels that are in the lineup, which is going to be good. Those are additional dollars that come into the county as well to help with the venue tax. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's amazing is how many rooms we've added in the last 3 years, and still have an occupancy rate above 70%. It's just unheard of, so really good. Something's good, so.
Absolutely. We'll take it.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Chris.
All right.
If there's no other questions, is there a motion to approve Chris's report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, I'd like to jump down to, under M9, the power pool discussion with David Quinn. So, Mr. Quinn, is he in here?
Step down.
He was right out there on the bench talking on the phone a second ago.
Okay, Francis, would you get him? I'm gonna go ahead and get that covered. Okay, David, We told you later, but things change.
Okay.
So this will be item M9, which is the public power pool. Discussion or action regarding the revised procurement proposal for the electric power supply.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, my name is David Quinn. I'm the Program Manager for Public Power Pool. We're a 501c4 political subdivision corporation that manages the electricity contract for 100 political subdivisions around the state of Texas. You all have been with us since the beginning, and we've saved about $140 million against market for McLennan County since day one, since you joined the group. Those are savings that we be proud of, and we plan on continuing to build on in the future. Now, the last time I was here in the spring, we had just issued our 2022 procurement proposals and had been targeting rates in the 3 to 4 to 5 cent range. And that was issued to members on February the 15th. Well, of course, immediately after we issued those procurement proposals, markets went haywire. The single biggest factor being the war in Ukraine, ongoing grid uncertainty because of the Winter Storm Uri last year, and nervousness in the market about what was happening with the hot summer coming up. A rise in demand after the end of the pandemic, and also other inflationary pressures. I mean, for example, the PUC recently indicated that the average residential rate available on its Power to Choose website had rocketed up to 18.5 cents per kilowatt hour. So it became very clear to us as we watched the market over the summer that the rates that we had expected and anticipated back in February were no longer going to be available to us. And so the P3 board, after monitoring market conditions for several months, met on July 29th and instructed us to recalibrate those target rates so that we can achieve what our intentions are to lock in a fixed rate for an upcoming contract. Inside the packet I just handed out, there's a procurement proposal on the right-hand side that we had sent out to you just last week. This is the revised procurement proposal. And on page 3 of that proposal, we are showing you a selection of rate targets and rate ceilings that we have identified. The rate ceilings being the very maximum that we will be able to procure at for each term length, and you can see those identified in the orange column in the middle for 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, and 10 years. The ceiling rate includes a certain amount of adder just to give us flexibility to be able to maneuver in what is still a very volatile market. The expected rates are realistically what we will be aiming for. And you can see there for the 3-year, they are significantly lower than for the 5-year, than for the ceiling rate. Our recommendation really being that in order to get us through the inflated rates for 2023, we probably should be looking at doing a 3-year contract to cushion that price exposure in 2023 into 2024 and 2025. But the nature of the forward pricing curve, and behind that presentation is a sheet that shows you exactly what's happening with the marketplace now. You can see there that the nature of that curve shows that the susceptibility to inflated prices is really at its most pronounced in 2023 and just beginning to bottom out in 2024 and 2025. And after that, that forward curve is quite flat. So the benefit of going out even further into the future is really limited with that kind of price curve. Our recommendation, therefore, is that we will probably be looking at doing a 3-year contract. Now, that decision has yet to be made, and we will be convening technical committees on a regular basis through the coming weeks to inform members and get feedback about what your preference is in terms of term length. But based on current market conditions, that would be our recommendation right now if we were to be in the marketplace. The P3 board has given all members, as usual, a review process. It's 30 days, which is why we sent these proposals out electronically to expedite that process. And we want to be ready to enter in the marketplace in September or October as we see summer prices drop off and hopefully stay low before we see any increase in prices before the winter heating period. Now, I mean, I should stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions, or I can speak more about what the forward budget shows for McLennan County, because we did recently reissue our forward budget reports to give you a preliminary estimate of what to expect. We know that you're coming up on the budget. Right now, we can only guarantee the current rate that we have fixed in our current contract is only good through the end of this year. So everything after that is an estimate, is a preliminary estimate. We wanted to give you something to be able to assist you with the budgeting process. And that budget report is on the left-hand side of the folder.
Right. Any questions at this point?
Just out of curiosity, because this is a fluid, obviously a very fluid situation. Was there anything that kept you guys from moving sooner on this?
No, we were actually primed to seek executable pricing in February. And then we got hit with that winter storm, and we had maybe 3 or 4 days notice that was going to happen. And of course, nobody anticipated the kind of consequences it would have. And that was in 2021. Went through the same process, and we were ready to move back into the marketplace in February, and then the Ukraine war blew up. And I don't think anybody could have anticipated that. You know, it's always nice to look back and say, well, what if we had done this at such and such a time? The main intention of the program is always going to be about risk reduction and risk management. And given any kind of volatility in the marketplace, we want to make sure that we put you in a contract with a product that's designed to prevent any kind of exposure.
So it sounds like January might be a better month to start looking in the future then.
I'm sorry, what?
Sounds like January could be a better month to start considering the future. 2
I-
years in a row, February is blown up, right?
Well, that's correct. And one thing in addition to that, Commissioner, is that while we are currently recommending that we would, our priority would be to put members in a 3-year contract right now, because that matches the kind of forward pricing curve. As soon as that new contract goes into effect in January, we're going to be looking to see what we can do in 2025, 2026. We want to be able to plan ahead. We don't like being in the situation where we're coming up at the end of a contract, and that would never normally be our process. We always want to be ahead of the curve and try to lock in a new contract several months before the current contract expires. This time, events just got away from us, and I don't think anybody could have anticipated those sequence of events that we've had that have contributed to this price run-up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is there anything needed from us today?
Well, they're requesting for us to move forward. Your deadline is when?
At the end of the month, it will be September the 1st.
Yeah.
So Judge, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, just as a reminder, we are in unless we opt out. That letter we received from David in early August is our 30-day notice letter. So if the court decides to do something different, we have to opt out. If we take no action, then we remain opted in with P3. Is that correct, David?
That is correct, Dustin.
And the preliminary estimates that were provided, I think that was last month, those have been incorporated into the proposed budget already.
So, no action.
Not for me.
Not for me.
So deferral? No,
just
so,
no action.
so not.
No action.
Yeah, I got you. All right. All right. So, what would be the appropriate motion then, Dustin?
Judge, I mean, we could technically take no action and stay in, but if the court wanted to make a motion to accept his report and then to remain opted in with P3, that would be fine.
I'd prefer that.
Okay, I'd make a motion to opt in to accept the report for recording purposes and opt in for the next bid.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. I look forward to coming back to report on you what we finally achieve. And with regard to the forward budgeting, the preliminary forward budget, as soon as we have locked in a rate, we will reissue that to give you that budget certainty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me know if you have any questions. Appreciate the time.
All right, I'd like to go to item F1R. This is from Clete Vandenberg, McLean County Soil Water Conservation District, flood control structure status updates, operational maintenance funding.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioners, Judge, thank you for having me this morning. For those of you that may not know me, I'm Clete Vandenberg. I'm the district conservationist for the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, and I serve the McLennan County office. Myself and Mr. John Slimmer are here today to represent the McLennan County Soil Water Conservation District. I'd like to provide you a report of some of the work that we have done on the operation and maintenance on several of the flood control sites that are located in McLennan County, and to also request the annual $50,000 for additional operation and maintenance funds to be used for upcoming jobs and that have been planned for this year and for next year. Also, I'll give you a report kind of what the NRCS and SWCD have been highlighting, several people in the county, farmers and ranchers that have been doing an excellent job. With that, what we have done on some of the sites is Cow Bayou Site 8, we had to replace the pipe, the drainage pipe in that structure. That was $7,065. And Cow Bayou Site 20, we replaced the fence on it to help protect the site, the structure itself, from cattle and trails and et cetera. That was $1,500. Cow Bayou Sites 20 and 8, we cleaned out the structure itself, clearing out all brush that had been grown up, anything that was, adhering the work that, or the functionality of the sites themselves. That was a total of $18,050. Cow Bayou Site 8, there was also continuation of work on that pipe. We had found a very large boulder of some sort of rock that had been shoved down into the pipe, and so we had to replace the pipe and had to get a guy to come back out and finish the job. That was $785. And then on Tawakoni Creek Site 23, there was a very deep cut on the back side of the dam. We had a guy come up and smooth that up and get it back in grass, and that was $6,670. With a total of $34,070 spent so far, and we do have more jobs to bid on some erosion issues that need to be fixed and reseeded for grass, and a few other things as well. We are continuing our O&M inspections on all 52 sites in the county. Those are annual inspections that we do to try to come up with a plan of which sites need to be worked on the most and the least, to try to come up with an order of importance to spend the money. With that, we have myself and John through the NRCS and the SWCD. We're celebrating our 4th consecutive year of having an Area 5 Conservation Farmer and Rancher Award winner that covers 52 counties in Area 5 of Texas. This year we had the Wildlife Conservation Award winner. With this being the 4th consecutive year, to highlight last year's award winner in 2021, Mr. Todd Westerfeld. He was also the State Conservation Farmer Award recipient for McLennan County. We have had, in the past 2 years, we've had 4 individuals highlighted on the jobs that they're doing through NRCS and McLennan County, on the work that they have done through our EQIP program, through federal funds, but also highlighting the job that they're doing here in McLennan County. We have a YouTube channel, and they have been recognized nationally for the job that they have been doing. So with that, without any questions, that is my report, and I'd like to request a annual $50,000 for future operation and maintenance of the dams for next year.
All right, any questions? On the, you talked about there was a boulder or something in the
Yes, sir.
structure. And that happens where people, to get their lake to be bigger than it is, they block up those areas that cause damage, and it costs money to fix them. And I hope that that there's discussions with those property owners or their tenants that are doing that, that they could be
Can they be prosecuted?
liable. Yeah,
Prosecuted?
yeah, or civil suit.
I do know we've had conversations with landowners, and there is growing interest in these flood prevention sites with the McLennan County community, with different subdivisions, developers. We get a growing interest and get phone calls several times weekly, if not every other week, about the rules and regs and kind of the yeses and nos of what they can and cannot do with the structure itself. But anytime we do have a situation like that, we do try to contact the landowners, the people that are on that site, and remind them of what their duties are and what they can and cannot do, and if they do such things, that there is prosecution that could happen. The size of that boulder, I'm not really sure how a person could do it, and I'm really not sure how much water would have had to been done to put that in there, because it was a very sizable piece of, looked like granite, that had to be removed with the machine.
Huh. Well, they're more than likely duck hunters, and there's nothing worse than a duck hunter. They'll do anything to make more duck habitat.
Right, and those sites provide great duck habitat.
I know a lot of those people. In fact, I hunt with some of them. Okay, well, thank you, and if there's no questions, what's the pleasure of the court?
Go ahead.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I'd like to go to item M6, presentation on elections voting equipment. And, you know, we've had presentations already, but Dustin, do you have anything to?
Yes, sir. Just want to say that we have M6 is back on the agenda. It was deferred last time, but this is just the presentations. We had those from HART and ES&S last week. We do have 2 action items on the agenda. One would be the voting, the agreement with either HART or with ES&S. These were deferred last court session, so they're back on the agenda today if the court's ready for action. And Jared is on the call, and representatives from both HART and ES&S, I believe, in case there are any further questions for the vendors.
All right, Jared, do you have any comments to make before we open the court for discussion?
Not at the moment. You know, I do want to give a recommendation from my office whenever you are ready.
Okay, well, I would say if you've got all the information that you feel comfortable with to make a recommendation to the court, go right ahead.
Does he have the recommendation from interested parties, other people, like the Republican and Democratic Party, so forth, Jared?
I forwarded everything that I have received from both parties to Dustin. I know, yeah, so you should have received everything.
Commissioner, we had the one party's response this morning, and it was sent out right before court.
Yes. Yeah, it was received late last night.
Which,
Okay, and are you going to reveal that response?
Well, that was from Mary Mann, I think. Is that
Okay.
right, Dustin?
Correct. Yeah, I actually haven't received anything from the Democratic Party chair. I have received some communication. He had some questions for me. I did answer those questions. I asked him to let me know whenever he is ready for me to send in the response. I didn't know if he had something else to add to it. I haven't heard back from him. I followed up yesterday as well, but I can send you what I have so far if that would be acceptable.
Okay. So after your review, what's your recommendation?
Okay.
I would ask
Oh.
before he answers that question, Judge. Excuse me, Jared, I didn't mean to step on your comment.
No, you're good.
Okay. It seems that there's a lot of information that we still need to absorb. We need to receive it, information from, I guess, the two party chairs, information from various community organizations. In fairness to the vendors, can we just wait on the election administrator's recommendation? I'd hate to throw out a system and then we're still gathering information. So I would just ask that we just kind of hold off on an official recommendation from the elections administrator until all of the information comes in and is made available to all the court members. It's not gonna, I'm just saying it for the vendor's sake.
Any comments? The only comment I have is, I requested early on that we get information from the two parties and any individuals and all the people that looked at the demonstrations before court and then during court. And, there's a certain amount of time you can wait for things before you need to move forward. But I don't think, after we had the discussion in regards to the funding, that pulls some of the pressure off the timeline.
Right.
But still, if I knew that there was gonna be more information coming in, I would support what you're saying, but to wait, and still not get a response, I don't know, was a good effort in our time, but any other thoughts about that? I mean, that.
the only question is, what are we waiting on?
Well, we have some other organizations, and in fairness, we didn't give anybody a deadline. It's been 2 weeks, since the last meeting. And we did say we wanted to hear from the community, and we wanted to hear from the people that went to the demonstrations, but we didn't tell them, and we need you to send to us by the next meeting. I'm sure people would have.
I believe I did, I said
I
about
didn't
the
say
next
that.
meeting.
Mhm.
And I'm pretty sure I gave the meeting date that we'd like to get that information as soon as possible, but
Well, I would like to hear what the NAACP is saying. I would like to.
Well, they
give
reviewed-
Give me the, I guess, the opportunity to reach out to them. If they don't give me anything, then they don't give me anything, but I would like to hear from her. And I have not reached out to her, if we can just.
and they were,
give me
I
that.
think they had representatives at the demonstration.
They did. Mhm.
I don't have a problem with putting it on, I don't care for continuing to defer items when they need to be acted on, but it appears that we do have a little bit of time, but I would say let's create the deadline if we haven't already done so, and say by the next regular court meeting, we're going to act on this, and if anyone has input, they better get it in before then, period.
Any other thoughts?
I know we've already gotten a lot of input, but if there's still people out there that want to, hey, this is your
We're
opportunity.
gonna take Jared's recommendation on this, is that?
Well, that's up to each court member. I mean,
So, I'm ready to hear what Jared has to, has, what his recommendation is.
any other thoughts?
Pretty much made my mind up, but I'm willing to, to be a team player, but I got my mind made up.
I just want to be open, transparent, and fair. I saw both of the demonstrations. I have not made my mind up because I haven't heard from everyone. I did get the email that you sent from the Republican Party chair that was addressed to all of the other members of the court. I did get that memo. But that's all that I have. That's all I have. And so I really would like to have the information we said we were going to seek, and that is from other members of the community that participated in the demonstration. I just want to be fair to the vendors. I know we're going to get new equipment. I know it's going to be an investment that we're going to have for at least over a decade, and I just want to be fair. And I'm not saying that I'm not going to go with Jared's recommendation. I just don't want his recommendation to be seen as making the court bias to the vendors, and we haven't seen and taken in account everything. That's all I'm saying. And I know we're not going to do that, but that's all I'm saying.
All right. I'm gonna make a motion that we defer it to the next meeting and, that we, that is the deadline for the information. That needs to be addressed to Jared and copied to all the commissioners, any information that comes in. And then at that point, we'll listen to recommendations and make our own decisions individually as a court member.
Second.
All right, have motion second, any other discussion?
Judge, I just say that that demonstration took place on the 27th. It's been almost a month, and if anybody wants to make a recommendation, then they better get on the horse.
That's right. Okay. So, I have motion second, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. All right, Dustin, what would be the next item?
All right, Judge, we could, since we have Jared on the line, we can go to M10 regarding the November 8, 2022 joint general election, authorization of order of general election, early voting dates, times, locations, and Democratic Party and Republican Party election personnel. Jared?
Yes, so what we'll have here is we have the order of election. This is ordering the election for the November 8th, 2022 joint general election. On the order, we have McLennan County listed. We also have the cities and school districts, which are going to be ordering elections as well. Now, because of ordering election, that does not mean that their election will make. We also have the early voting sites listed, the dates and times of early voting. And then I also have listed the election day sites. Just one note, we are working with 3 of the sites that are listed on here that may be changing. Those sites are Tennyson Middle School. That one's going to be under construction, so that one will have to change. And I'm in communication with Waco ISD, as well as Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Smith about this. We're also looking at moving the Riesel High School location onto a gymnasium that's on site there at Riesel ISD. They are working to get that site up to ADA compliance. As soon as I hear back from the school district that everything has been completed, we will have our guys go out and make sure that it is indeed in compliance. And we're also looking at the Waco Convention Center. Baylor University has expressed interest in possibly opening a polling site for Election Day. And so as soon as I hear back on all of that, that'll be finalized on the, hopefully we'll have it finalized for the notice of election, which will be the next thing that we need to approve. So, but this is the order of election for today. If you have any questions, let me know.
All right, any questions?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No.
Jared, I was just going to say regarding the site at Baylor, I did forward you some concerns I have, and really the only concern I would have is parking. And,
Sure.
And whether or not we could be guaranteed parking access, not only regular parking for voters, but handicap parking available for voters too, at that
Absolutely.
site that they're asking about. Okay.
We viewed the site last year because we went in talks with Baylor last summer, and that was a huge concern that we brought up with the official that we spoke with at Baylor. They do have plentiful parking on site. It just needs to be, guaranteed that it is going to be available on election day and all election days going forward. I have forwarded that concern to the official at Baylor University. She said she's working on it right now and is going to get us a guarantee about that.
Okay.
Because I agree with you, that is a concern and a valid concern.
What is the name of that site?
It's the Mayborn Center.
That's a proposed site
That's the,
move
To move?
exactly,
From the convention center to
from the
big one?
convention center.
Okay.
yes.
And why?
I know there was some
I thought
concern
was
about
the
downtown.
convention center not working out, or what?
Convention Center has been a difficult site to work with. They place us in spots and rooms inside the facility that are difficult to find for the voters. Parking is also kind of an issue as far as it being far away from the building itself. The location changes inside the building. Not only is it hard to find, but it changes. They also charge us a lot of money to use the site, much more than we, pay most of our private venues. And they've been very difficult to work with as far as the logistics of trying to get the voting equipment in and out of the site before Election Day and after Election Day. So it has been something that we've considered is to try to find something that works better for the voters, works better for us logistically, and is, a little more, fiscally responsible with what we're paying for a vote site. We do have vote centers located around downtown still. We have one at Dewey Recreation Center, which is at 9th and Bosque, which is just right around the corner from our office here and downtown in general. Of course, there's going to be the one at Baylor, which is actually in the same election precinct that the Waco Convention Center is located in. And of course, the Waco Multipurpose Community Center is located not far from downtown as well.
Well, Jared, my question, and I'm going to point to your memo that you
Sure.
have in the packet.
Sure.
And I guess I'm looking at the eyes of your memo, not in regards to a particular person, but I'm really speaking to the constitutionality of the equitable proportion of sites by party. Okay, I'm not talking or speaking to a person, but I'm
Right.
speaking
Understood.
of the equitable proportion of that site in regards to the party. Because you write in your memo, in accordance with the Texas Election Code, the party who received the most votes countywide during the last gubernatorial election will appoint the lead deputy early voting clerks for our 5 early voting polling locations. The party with the second most votes during the last gubernatorial election will appoint the alternate deputy early voting clerks for our 5 early voting polling locations. In following this rule, the Republican Party will appoint the lead deputy early voting clerks at the early voting sites, and the Democratic Party will appoint the alternate deputy early voting clerks. And so my first point of contention is, where is that specifically stated in the Elections Code? Now, I looked at Senate Bill 598, and it deals with the
Commissioner.
audible, wait a minute, Mike. It deals with the audible voting systems, and it doesn't mention anything about election workers relative to their appointment. Then I looked at Senate Bill 1, which deals with election integrity and security. It also does not mention election workers relative to their appointment. So nothing new, none of the new codes mention that. So then I turned my attention to the Texas Election Code 32 and Chapter 85. If there are any other applicable chapters relative to the appointment of election workers, specifically election judges, meaning the lead deputy early voting clerks, then please advise. So go ahead, Mike.
Well, Commissioner, all I was saying is, the item before you is location, not, I think there's a second item as far as the workers. The item that at hand is just the locations and the order on the election.
Right. Okay, now we have the early voting dates and times, the locations, the vote centers, and then Democratic and Republican Party election personnel. So we do speak to personnel, and he does have that memo in here. So you're saying the list of workers that he has included in the packet, we're not going to take action on that today?
We are, but it's a separate, it'd be a separate item from the order of the election and.
Okay, it's
and the-
falling
and the
under
location.
M10. It's falling under M10, so I can't talk about it now? Because it's all falling under M10.
Well, I guess we can talk about it, but the thing at hand is the order of the election and the locations. And then I think,
Okay, you
haven't
want to
we
go
always
ahead and
taken the
retake
list
that?
of, haven't we always taken the list of election workers separately?
Okay, we can do that. We can go ahead and I will pause and let us go ahead and do the order of election and the voting dates and times and locations if you'd like to. I don't have a
Mike, I
problem with
think
that.
Mike, I think we need to hear from Jared because it is on all in one agenda item.
Yeah, that's
So
why it's on the agenda, that's true.
Okay, well then let me finish then before, because Jared, these questions are for you. Okay, so again, like I said, so I had to turn to chapter 32 and chapter 85, okay? If there's something else that I missed, I need you to advise me on that. I didn't see anything in SB 1. I didn't see anything in SB 598. So when I go and I look at 85.009, which talks about early voting, the conduct of voting by personnel, by personal appearance, the time and place for voting, and the election officers. What I do read in that section is the county clerk shall appoint the first person, and we know the county clerk is really the elections administrator here in McLennan County. That's you.
Correct. That is correct.
Okay, shall appoint the first person meeting the applicable eligibility requirements from the list submitted in compliance with this subsection by the party with the highest number of votes in the county as the presiding judge of that polling place, and the first person meeting the applicable eligibility requirements from the list submitted in compliance with this subsection by the party with the second highest number of votes in the county as the alternate presiding judge of that polling place. That's all Chapter 85 says. Chapter 85 does not include the wording, the last gubernatorial election. So I'm going to say it again. It does not include the wording, the last gubernatorial election. In order to find that wording, I have to go to Chapter 32 of the Texas Election Code. And that section says, the Commissioner's Court shall appoint the first person meeting the applicable eligibility requirements from the list submitted in compliance with this subsection by the party with the highest number of votes in the precinct as the presiding judge, and the first person meeting the applicable eligibility requirements from the list submitted in compliance with this subsection by the party with the second highest number of votes in the precinct as the alternate presiding judge. In that sentence, it says the highest number of votes in the precinct. That's all in one sentence. And then it goes on to say, for purposes of this subsection, the county chair shall provide a list of names of persons eligible for appointment as election judges. Judges of county-wide polling places established under, and it cites section 43007, but that just refers to having a county-wide program, must be appointed from the list of names of persons submitted by the county chair in compliance with subsection C, except in appointing a person from the list, the Commissioner's Court shall apportion, divide up, share out, allocate the number of judges in direct proportion to the percentage of precincts located in each county commissioner's precinct, one by each party. And then you get that wording in the last gubernatorial election. You have to read all of that in 32 to get to what, that one word that you pulled out and put in 85. So then I was a little confused because you do make a distinction between election day and early voting. But chapter 32 does not say election day. Chapter 32 says a presiding election judge and an alternate presiding judge shall be appointed for each election precinct in which an election is held. And so, I'm not a lawyer, you're not a lawyer. We got a lawyer on the phone, and I know across Texas, we've got lawyers all over the state who specialize in election law, looking at these two statutes. And so, I did some calling, and I said, well, what are other counties doing? And I purposely looked at larger counties. And so like I called Dallas, I called Travis, I talked to Fort Bend. For instance, in Dallas County, where in the last gubernatorial election, the Democrat won. However, and they have 46 election sites. However, when they apportion out their early voting sites, there's a section of Dallas County that remains red, it remains Republican. And in that portion of Dallas County, they have Republican election judges at those sites. In Fort Bend County, which the gubernatorial election, the winner was Republican. They have 21 voting sites. However, there's a section of Fort Bend that went Democrat, and they have in that section where those early voting sites, the election judges are Democrat. So there's a question is, why are they doing it? Is it because there's such a blend in 32 and 85 that you err on the side of caution, or that it needs to be read that way, the way we've been doing for the last 2 general election cycles?
So to, I guess, address your first question about, I know you were bringing up the law changes that occurred this last fall during the special sessions. These changes that we're looking at right now were not addressed in the new legislation. So make that clear. This is an older law that honestly, from what we understand, should have been followed accordingly in past elections. Now, I can't speak for my predecessor or why it was set up the way that it was. I continue to follow that rule, that she, I guess not rule, but process that she had set up for McLennan County. And I agree that it was fair. However, it was brought to our attention that for early voting clerks, it is whoever, the party who won the last gubernatorial election for the county gets all of the lead deputy early voting clerks at our early voting sites. So
I guess that's my question,
And
Jared.
we
It
have,
does
we
not say
confirmed
that.
that with the Secretary of State.
exactly.
Say that again, Mike, because it does not say that in 85. It does not say that. It does not say countywide in the last gubernatorial election. In order to get the word in last gubernatorial election, you have to go to 32. You can't cherry pick out the 32 and stick it in the 85. That's not in 85. Mike? You were saying
32,
something?
well, 32, what that is what we're dealing with on the, if I remember right, on the early voting. When that was brought to us and we were confronted with it, we did call the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State confirmed that interpretation. So we didn't just give up on how we'd been doing it. We verified with the Secretary of State that that was the right interpretation.
And I understand that too. I made calls to the Secretary of State, and then I made other calls because I also understand the Office of the Secretary of State at this moment in time. And there are other counties throughout Texas that are having this same conversation. My concern is in inferring and cherry picking the statute. Are we doing the constitutionally most, because the statute speaks to equal representation to the greatest extent possible. That's wording straight out of the statute. So I don't think those other counties are just doing something to be doing something. I think across the state of Texas, we're trying to get it right, and we're trying to make sure that every voter in every county is empowered. And there's something discerning or disheartening about taking the last Democratic early voting location and turning it Republican based on an inference and not on defined law. I think what we have is that the state of Texas is still in, this is pending. This is just unsettled law. We're waiting on the legislature. They wrote both of these statutes in the same year. Both of these statutes are updated the same year. It's not that one is later than the other. They both end with 2017. So I find it a little disheartening, or disconcerting is the word I'm looking for us to do such a drastic step with an inference and an interpretation as opposed to established, confirmed law. If everyone else is still waiting on the opinion of attorneys, for us to do it on an inference, I think is a little scary. I'm gonna ask the court for the court's patience, and I'm gonna ask Linda Lewis to come forward. Ms. Lewis, I know you came in late. She was one of the elections administrators here in McLennan County, and I rely on her for a lot of guidance. Did you have prepared statements for today? Do you have something to say to us on this?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and Jared. I usually just talk from memory. Today I'm representing not only our Waco NAACP president, Dr. Peaches Henry, who reminded us that she has a real job and McLennan Community College is starting. But I also am representing the National NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And for a couple of decades now, we've worked with the McLennan County elections and with elections all over Texas just to make sure that we are following the Voting Rights Act, that we are following the things that need to happen. I have had the fortune, because of my age, to have been assigned to the Texas Secretary of State's legislation and programs under our first Republican governor in 100 years, Bill Clements, and then under Governor Mark White. I looked at when that law was enacted, 1985, and I'm teased now that I was probably the only African American in the room when the legislature was debating this. My memory is that the legislative intent was that there is no winner take all in Texas, running of the Texas elections. We have people who work 20 hours a day to make sure that we have fair and equitable elections. So those things that are in Chapter 32 were so that regardless of who won the election, that at the local county commissioner and local neighborhood precinct level, that the people running your election would be people that hopefully look like you, had more in common with you in terms of who runs the elections. As we know, there's a big eye on Texas, has been for almost a decade now. The NAACP National Lawyers, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the Texas Civil Rights Project, the Texas League of Women Voters, and I'm sure I've left out somebody else, are all looking at what Senate Bill 1 did to Texas elections going back to 2020. These issues have not yet been resolved. And of course, Jared has worked very well with our lawyer from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, who is assigned Texas and several other states. We are concerned that what has been done for a couple of election cycles, almost a decade here in McLennan County, is going to be changed amid the new laws that criminalize some aspects of voting. I would agree with Commissioner Miller that this has not been resolved. Texas election law is, consistent with our Constitution, thousands of changes based on what the lawyers and the courts decide. So I would say it is our position, our meaning, the WACO and the Texas NAACP, as well as the Legal Defense Fund, that we let the lawyers work this out, and that in the meantime, we don't change anything. It appears that if this change goes through, McLennan County is going to be the unicorn, because other counties in Texas are doing the proportionality. We went to vote centers, and so therefore it's really important. I've looked with my good eye, because I have some visual things going on, at the turnout in 2018, and it appears to me that if we were going to be proportional, then the Democrats would have 2 of the 5 early voting locations rather than 1 out of 5.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Are there any questions for any members of the court?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
I
you.
have a question for Jared. Jared, did you run this list by both party chairs?
Absolutely. These are the lists that the party chairs submitted to us. And I had a meeting with both party chairs in which we discussed this. There was a discussion about the change for early voting. And from my understanding, it was understood that this is what we have to do based off the Texas Election Code.
Under
And just to
chapter
be clear,
32, correct?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Under chapter 32?
Correct. Yeah. And
No,
just to be
you're
clear,
saying
we
85.
just to be clear, we have not, just accepted this change on, blind faith. We have, done a lot of talking with the attorneys at the Texas Secretary of State's office to ensure that we're in compliance.
The last thing I'm going to say on this, first for clarification, no, this is not, your memo is not based on Chapter 32. Chapter 32 speaks to the proportionality by commissioner precinct. Chapter 85, but you have cherry-picked and taken a word out of 32 and put it into 85 that is not there when you say the last gubernatorial election. But
Well,
I'm
just
not
to be clear,
speaking
once
to your
again,
list. Okay, go ahead.
that is what we were advised on by the attorneys at the Texas Secretary of State.
And I'm,
Okay, and again, like I say, it's unsettled law. That's an interpretation. And what I can say about the legislature is what they have written is what you go by. What was in law is what you go by, the words on paper. I'm not speaking to your list of workers. I'm not speaking to the people. This is not a pushing to keep any particular person anywhere. I'm speaking to the constitutionality of taking away the percentage proportionality. That is what I'm speaking to. I don't think we have enough settled law to allow McLennan County to take all 5 voting centers Republican. I think there's so much unsettled law, and the reason we know this is because across the state, counties are going by Section 32. They're not going by 85 like you're doing. They are going by
32
Section
also.
32. Excuse me, Mike?
we're also using 32. It's,
Well,
We
not
have-
really. You just pulled one word out of 32 when you said last gubernatorial election. But to pull that word out and not take that whole sentence, it is, like I said, it's disheartening. Because that sentence says, the last gubernatorial election based on, and it speaks of commissioner precincts and percentages. And that is what you don't bring into this policy. You don't bring the basis of 32 into this policy. The only thing you bring is the word gubernatorial. So that's why I say you can't say that we're doing 32. We're not. We're not. And I'm not gonna say we are if we're not. Now, there are other counties across the state today. Dallas County is adopting theirs. And they're adopting by the system that we have had. I just want us to be safe and to be smart. It's not about having the votes, it's about being on the right side of the law and being fair and being right. It's not about the votes, it's about being fair and being right.
Any other questions or comments?
Mike or Jared, and I know Attorney General opinion carries the weight of law, at least by the state of Texas. Is there an Attorney General opinion out there regarding this? And if not, why not? And is there any way to get an expedited opinion from the Attorney General's office on this?
The Attorney General really doesn't cover the elections part. We get election advisories from the Secretary of State's office. And yes, there are a couple of election advisories that would seem to address this. One is number 2021-07. And I'm not sure, let's see.
Well, I guess it worries me a little bit when you say it seems to address this.
Well, address what, it's hard to say that it addresses everything, but to address the main issue here.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm interested in, the issue that's being addressed here.
Okay, and the other one I see is 2020-18. But, if there's a concern about that, I don't know what our timing is on this, Jared. Do you know what our timing is for?
We need to have the appointments settled by the end of August.
And today is the 16th. And what is our next meeting?
We've got one before the end of August.
Okay. If we could save that part till then, we will create a memo with attached documentation. And, heck, we may be wrong, but I think that we looked at it very closely back then and worked with the Secretary of State on it.
I'd like to make a suggestion that we hold this discussion until after lunch. And Mike, that might give you some time if you need additional research or anyone else. And,
Okay.
And then we can conclude that discussion. All right.
All of it or just the personnel? Or we want to act on the locations and times?
Let's just hold it all.
Hold it all? Okay.
All right, let's go to item M7 on the Emergency Service District, Dustin and Mike.
Yes, sir. So, sorry,
Go ahead.
Mike.
Go ahead.
I was just going to give a quick recap and then just Casey had spoke this morning during public comments and just kind of recap that where he had talked about the city of Lacey Lakeview, the city of Waco. Everybody was kind of waiting on each other to make decisions. And did just want to point out, and Mike, I know will further go into this, that Mike has sent an email to Casey asking for additional info because it really does boil down to whether or not these that this district could be feasible with the exclusion of those areas that are in the ETJ of Waco and Lacey Lakeview. So just kind of a recap, we had received this petition back in June. We held the public hearing on July the 19th. And if the court finds the creation of this district is feasible and that it will promote the public safety, health, and welfare, then the court shall grant the petition and order an election. If the court does not find that it's feasible, then the court shall deny the petition. So, Mike, do you want to add anything?
Well, the problem that arose is when we found out that the whole area of the district is located in the ETJs of Lacey Lakeview and Waco. And a significant, the most significant part of it and the highest, probably the highest tax generating part of it is the Waco ETJ. So what the statute says is you have to take that away and look and see if it would still be feasible. And really what I was asking for from the chief was, can this still be feasible, your plans for this district, if you don't have the tax from the Waco ETJ? And, that it would seem that would be very difficult, but for, the overall planning of professional staff and issuing bonds and stuff like that, if you didn't have the Waco ETJ in your district to levy that 10-cent tax on, it would not seem feasible. But I wanted him to have the chance to prove us wrong, so I sent him a memo, saying, please show up and have information, to show whether it's feasible or not. And I didn't hear that from him this morning.
No.
But he did say, he asked that no action be taken. So maybe if no action's taken and we can push some more on him to get us that information, it's not like it's going to go to an election this year now if we don't take action. It appears that that's what he's wanting, is just looking down the road to it.
I didn't get it, Mike, I didn't get that he was going to provide any information that showed feasibility. And I think that we doubt that there is feasibility, and that I don't mind letting it dive like an action as long as it doesn't paint any picture one way or the other in that area for the citizens in that area. That, we actually take, it's a moot point without that feasibility. Commissioner?
Judge, the way I took what he said this morning is that he wants no action taken so he can go back and visit with Waco and Lacey Lakeview. And I could be wrong, Mike, and tell me if I am, but I think we have to take action because it's pertinent to this election cycle. And
That's what I was wondering.
yeah, it seems to me that.
Yeah, well, that's true, because the petition, if it's approved, you have to call an election. So that is true.
But he did say he realized it wouldn't be on this election cycle.
Right.
He made a comment.
Agreeing that piece.
Right.
My question, Mike, is this petition, how is a petition good in perpetuity?
Yeah, that was my.
Or is there a deadline on acting on that petition that creates a yes or no if the court chooses not to act?
Well, there's not a deadline where it's an automatic. I mean, it's essentially, you have to act on it to determine whether an election will be held or not.
Yeah, but I mean, but if you don't ever do that, is that petition out there good forever? Is the question.
No, it's not.
That's why I'm.
And I think
They would have to go through the new. They would have to go through a new petition process.
I just want to make a quick statement. I don't believe this to be feasible with those ETJs taken out.
Well, and it's one at a time, Commissioner. So it would be, whether it's feasible without Waco's ETJ or feasible without Lacey Lakeview's ETJ. But Waco ETJ does make up the bulk of their territory.
Sure. So if Waco the thing to remember, and what I'm hearing out there is there's lots of rumors that the city is going to annex the area, which they can't do without a without a vote of the people out there now. And so, I think there's just there's a lot of issues, and I think we could clear a lot of things up today if we were just go ahead and take a vote and deny the access to the ballot. Is that?
Dustin, do you have an opinion?
Deny the petition.
My only comment was going to be that that yes, the court either has to it shall approve it or shall deny it. I don't think it's tied to this election cycle necessarily, but my only concern is we did have expense with the filing because it had to be published in the paper. If the petition were to come forward again, and Reagan can correct me, but I think it was $1,700 fee, and of that, Casey and someone from the district were responsible for up to $150. So there was a taxpayer expense with the petition. And if we were to deny it and it get refiled, we'll have that expense going forward in the future again. That's just.
But
there's
if we
another
don't
thing.
deny it, then we have to set an election and we'll have that expense.
Yeah.
But does it have to be, if we don't act before this election's called and they were able to prove feasibility, it would just be on the next. You see what I'm saying, Mike? I don't know if
Yeah, but I don't like that shall language. It makes it seem like we need to do it.
Also, too, there's another remedy for the folks out there. Half the landowners can ask the city of Waco for fire service out there. In that correct, Mike?
I'm not sure about that. Dustin, is that
that's the next step. That's right. It's over half can petition the city, and I don't remember exactly, but the city then has 6 months to act. And if the district was created and the city failed to act on it, then this territory would become part of the ESD. It's in that weird timing of all the petitions that would have to be filed. And that would be assuming that the proposed district was created.
Well, the one thing that is the holdup is that section of the statute. It is
Can't hear you, Mike.
775.017B, and it says to be approved, it must be shown that the district would be feasible without, I'm just paraphrasing, in our situation, would be feasible without Waco's ETJ included within the proposed boundaries. So.
And I think that they need to go and get that changed if they want to move forward with this. They need to try to lobby the legislature to get that clarification on these
Right.
statutes.
It really is an archaic rule, but it's law. But when they did all the changes on annexation, they didn't change the laws in other places. So.
Well, it would seem without him providing the answers that have been asked for at least on 2 different occasions, and the interpretation that there is no, it's not feasible for this emergency service district to exist without Waco and Lacey Lakeview, then it seems like it would be appropriate to take action on it and move on down the line.
And let me read you the last sentence of the last memo I sent, and it was on last Tuesday. It says it was after we held that meeting and he wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
And the last paragraph says, at this point, it does not appear to the Commissioners Court that the district would be feasible without the area of Waco CTJ. However, the court wants to give you the opportunity to prove this wrong. If you have information that shows the district would be feasible without the area of Waco's ETJ, please attend Commissioners Court meeting on August 16, 2022 at 9 a.m. and present this information and explanation. And and I asked if he would please send me it in advance. So, you know, we did point out the problem and what we wanted as far as information.
Well, I'm not ready to make a motion, if that's okay. Does anybody want any more,
The only thing I was gonna make a comment is the only thing that seems that would make it feasible is if the city of Waco said, you don't have to worry about us annexing it.
And they're not gonna do
That's
that.
the only thing that would
They're
make
not
it
gonna do
feasible.
that either.
And they're not gonna do that. And so I think we're sitting here waiting, it's the chicken or the egg here. And I don't think we need to look at it that way. I think we need to, I concur with you, Commissioner Jones.
So I make a motion to deny the petition to create the McLennan County Emergency Service District Number 1. And deny the petition to have it put on the November ballot.
Second?
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. All right, we're gonna recess for 5 minutes. never did hear it say recording, but.
Says it is.
All right, let's go back into session. All right, Dustin, we want to go ahead and go into, get while Chris is here and.
Yes, sir. Do the Central Texas Industrial Training Center item.
Yes, sir.
That is item K1A1. This is under K1A, discussion and action on ARPA funding request and or related agreements. And Judge, did you want to give an overview or would you like for me to?
Why don't you go ahead?
I know we've had this discussion prior and going back to March, and this item has been deferred for quite some time, but this is a beneficiary agreement between the county and TSTC, and Judge Mike's on the line as well. He can add in some info, but it's for a Central Texas Industrial Training Center. It is for $8.4 million to come from the county's ARPA funding. And just want to point out that in the final ARPA rule on page 117, it is recognized that job and workforce training centers are eligible for ARPA. BKD has previously reviewed this back, and now Forvis back in June, and had provided some comments that Mike had made some of their suggested changes. And so this is for a total of a $16.8 million industrial training facility. And then Judge or Chris, I know y'all can speak to the high need we have for this in the community.
Well, I will say also that there was an article in today's paper that really wasn't correct. But the new number that came out, TSTC went back to the drawing board and working with others to understand how much facility they needed. And so the original amount that we talked about was much higher than this. So this is actually, in the cities, they have it on council today and seem to be very positive towards this. It'll all work out.
And
What was the amount? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Well, the amount now is the total, Dustin,
It's a $16.8 million facility with $8.4 million coming from the county and ARPA funds, and then the proposal is $8.4 million from the city, and theirs would be separate of their ARPA funding, from what I understand.
right. So
and the
everybody's
primary,
good with this number.
the primary basis for this, and we always have to remember under ARPA, is tied to ARPA. Although we do have a demand for jobs by industry, we're looking at serving the unemployed, underemployed, and those that are working poor and with skills to better their life. And COVID disproportionately affected that population. And therefore, this job training will assist in getting those people from, especially minority populations that seem to be more adversely affected, getting them upskilled so they can get jobs, get these jobs that are opening up at a tremendous level around here.
All right, Chris, you want to talk about the importance of it?
Yes, sir. I think going back to the report I provided earlier when we were talking about the level of activity that we're seeing within the community, the expansion of our existing businesses, and the level of work that they have, the need for middle skilled individuals is incredibly high in our community. And so what a middle skilled individual is someone that requires a certification, some advanced education, but not necessarily a degree, a 2-year or a 4-year degree, but definitely advanced skills to meet the needs of industry. Those oftentimes lead to additional training opportunities that can move on into degrees and provide even higher levels of income. But what we know in our community is that there's a need. We want to provide opportunities for individuals to upskill, whether they're employed by an existing company and need to upskill within that company to provide themselves and their families with additional earning potential, or they're in a lower skilled position, but with some additional training, could move into a higher skilled opportunity that provides a trajectory for movement out of poverty, movement out of lower income lifestyle into a much more higher earning potential. And those are things that have generational impacts. And so we see that this is not only an opportunity to help fulfill the needs of existing industries now, and new businesses that are coming into the community with highly skilled individuals, but it's also just helping to change some of the generational issues that we've had within the community, and provide good, skilled positions for individuals to go into.
Chris, I know that you were part of calling on companies that have possibly have a interest in collaboration.
Yes, sir.
And the success of this by providing curriculums and those things around their training for running certain
Yes, sir.
types of equipment. I was on one call that it was really for a different reason, but we were just figuring this out. And they said, this is what we need. And that they were actually the first one to say, we'll take some of our equipment that we need people trained on and we'll put it over there for training. And then there's many others that just go.
We've been visiting with the area industry managers group and getting their input into the need, because first we wanted to prove out that this would be something utilized by existing industry before we went down the road of trying to find funding and all the things. So it has to be a community partnership, and I think that's one of the strengths that Waco and the McLennan County bring together is partnership to make things happen. And so local businesses definitely are on board and excited about it. As we're talking to prospects, talking about this being located within the industrial park, they're really excited about that too. And they're all looking at ways in which they can help, whether that's through the development of curriculum, through donation of equipment. There are lots of different ways that businesses can be involved, and we see that this is going to be a long-term, strong partnership for our community that's just going to get better and better.
Okay, any questions anyone would have? Well, it definitely is part of our talking points before it's even approved that the interest in doing this was so high that we use it as a talking point in talking to these prospects that are out there that are all very interested in this. That's as equipment becomes more high-tech, the skill level to work on this equipment and operate it is much higher too. So it requires quite a bit of workforce education to get them there, which pays more. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah. I think it's just important to note that the curriculum will be dynamic. So as the needs of industry changes, the curriculum will change too in order to adjust to what the demand is. And then when we talk about like advanced training and degrees, that's where the move to the main campus at TSTC becomes much more relevant.
Right.
But this becomes something that's really centralized within the park, and then employers have the opportunity to get those folks that are going through that aren't employed by their companies to cherry pick them into employment as well. So, people are training to go to work for a specific company, not necessarily just hoping that they'll have a job at the end of it.
Right. Okay, any questions?
I'm certain the three entities involved will work out the details. We'll see them at some point, but who will own the building and have responsibility, like liability, insurance, and so forth?
That'll be the TSTC Foundation. They'll be the ones, so with the dollars that are put together between the county's contribution and then the dollars that will be paid annually through the city of Waco, the TSTC Foundation is going out and they will get bonded funding to construct the building up front. And that's how it'll be. They'll have ownership of the facility, and they'll maintain the operations and all of the liability associated with it.
And I might add that they are giving a piece of property they've got, they're swapping it with the industrial foundation.
Correct.
So and it's $1 million or so.
The land.
Yeah, and so they're putting that in, and then their own goal curriculum is, I think they were talking like $1 million a year, for them to operate.
Operate, that's what they were saying.
The college has some land at the former golf course.
Okay. The property you and I have talked about?
Yes, sir. And so that would be, the Industrial Foundation has allocated some acreage off of Wycon that it would swap with the college in order to establish the training center in the industrial park.
Have they worked out the selection process for the participants? Is this going to be where I sign up, or is this where I'm going to be selected?
I think that it's going to be a recruitment process. It's going to be anybody that wants to participate will have an opportunity to. But we know from past experience, and I think our friends or partners with Prosper Waco would agree with this, that sometimes it's hard for people to see the pathway of how they would make it work. And so you have to go out and you have to recruit individuals and demonstrate to them, here are the things that you can get on the back end of, especially if you're somebody that is working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet and you're raising kids and all those things, and maybe you're doing it as a single parent. What are the barriers that I have to overcome in order to give up those jobs that are putting food on my table in order to go and do this thing that could take me away for 8 to 12 weeks, right? And so, it's not just, this is the facility itself is kind of the easier part. It's the people piece that's going to take a tremendous amount of effort and partnership amongst a lot of different organizations to help provide the ability to overcome barriers. So whether that's transportation or childcare or gas for your car or food, rent stability during that period of time until somebody can get on their feet in that newer, higher earning position. So there are lots of other things that are happening behind the scenes with that, but we actively want to work with all organizations that touch people and help provide them with the information and knowledge and comfort that this is going to be a really viable program for them.
Okay, so it's open door, and I sign up to participate in this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What does this look like in the ARPA budget?
Dustin, you want
to share that?
Yes, sir. I'll share my screen right now. Can y'all see that okay?
Yep.
Now we can, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so this is the spreadsheet we've been working off of for some time, and some of these numbers do need to be updated a little, but I'll touch on those as we go through. So just as a reminder, we had received $49.8 million in ARPA funding. $10 million of that is the lost revenue portion that can be used for the provision of government services. In that box or in that bucket, we had broke out the Paul Tyson demo, the funding for the volunteer fire departments that were non-501c3s, and then had just kind of moved the remainder of that over to the downtown jail project because that is an area we can use it. So that left $39.8 million. So if you pull that $39.8 million down, and we had split it among non-county and county projects, and by non-county I mean this, other nonprofits, and the water infrastructure. So if we allocate $24.6 million to non-county projects, and that carries over to this bucket, and you can see these are the ones we previously approved. We can put the $8.4 million in for the industrial training center. Then we still have $10 million in our water infrastructure bucket, which to date just has the $30,000 for Tawakona Creek, $4.4 million for arsenic issues. That would zero out the non-county project item and leave $15 million. Roughly $15.1 million for county projects. In those, we had identified about $5 million in HVAC upgrades, $5 million for HVAC and miscellaneous work we could do in the downtown jail, such as antimicrobial finishes and other pandemic-related expenses. Had $310,000 in cleaning, base rental for jury trials, PPE, et cetera. That number does need to be adjusted. And then $2.5 million plugged in for low water crossings and culverts. And sorry, I've got a spreadsheet error somewhere, but that left roughly assuming all that was spent, that still left, I believe, 2.1 or 2.6 million in ARPA funds that could come back up to either county projects or non-county projects. And we do, just as a reminder, we do have a list of requests that we had received back in the spring at our deadline date. And we had told those nonprofits at that time that we were focusing on the water issues. But we do get requests for updates about once a week or so from some of those groups, just asking where we are. And we let them know as budget was winding down that we were sure the court would turn its attention back to ARPA in the near future.
Yes, that'll be on agendas fairly quickly. And then, not to get off on another subject, but $2.5 million for low water crossings, I'll have to be sure that those are planned and finished in that timeline that we have. So that needs to be nailed down. But
And just spreadsheet errors fixed, that left 2.3 million to go to either other county projects or non-county projects.
Great.
Yeah. Looking good. Okay. All right, any other questions anyone would have?
I don't have any questions, but I would make the comment. The reason that I support this industrial training center, it seems to mirror and answer the initiative that we have with the chamber, where we're trying to get, talent from outside of Waco. This is kind of how do we grow our own and strengthen our own. And so for that reason, I just think we do it right and make sure we reach the right people. I think it's really commendable.
Thank you.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the court?
What do we need to move to approve the recommendation for the Central Texas Industrial Training Center?
$8.4 million.
$8.4 million.
And then to approve the beneficiary agreement with TSTC and TSTC Foundation.
That needs to be included in it, Mike?
Yes, we need to approve the agreement.
That's the agreement ties them all three entities together.
Well, I would make that motion. Did I take it from you?
No, you go right ahead. I'll second it.
I would make that motion to approve K1A, K1A1, inclusive of the beneficiary agreement.
Second.
All right, have a motion. Second, any other discussion? No other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Appreciate
All
it.
right.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, Dustin? where you
Yes,
want to
sir. If we could go to item M4, consideration and approval of an order authorizing the issuance of McLennan County, Texas combination tax and limited pledge revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2022, and other matters incident and related thereto. I'd like to call on Mark McCliney.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dustin, Judge, Commissioners. Been an eventful morning already. That's awfully loud, isn't it? I'll try to turn that down. We're here to do the certificates of obligation for $15 million that the county wanted us to proceed with for various capital improvements. Over the past couple of weeks and months, Francis, the judge, Dustin, and Will Jones all participated in bond rating calls. I'm happy to come back with the fact that you all still have the second highest possible rating, AA1. The highest rating is AAA. Federal government carries a AAA. They can print money. We can't print money. Although we have much better balances than the federal government does. The market has been up and down, and typically we sell bonds through a competitive sale where we say at 11 o'clock, give us your best bid. And this year, because the market has been so volatile, we elected to go through a negotiated sale using FHN Financial out of Houston, and went out and gave them an order period today. Now, what that means is they're getting these bonds sold prior to court taking action, and then will be awarded. So they're selling them subject to Commissioner's Court. The Francis, Dustin, the judge, and I all worked on targeting debt service to absolutely match the tax rate that you all are proceeding with. And that was really our most important goal, as well as leaving the county with the ability to do other projects in the future. At your dais is a page that I forwarded to you all. And I'm going to point out, one, right down the middle is the $15 million CO, which takes us to the far right-hand column, second line, of a tax rate of 2.8 cents for INS. Now, Francis, one thing I'll point out, this does not include accrued interest that we'll get at closing. So in fact, it will be a tad lower than this. I also point out the column right to the right of the middle one. It shows a $25 million CO. That is just future capacity. That is no promises. That just is showing that we are selling this. And next year, you still have plenty of capacity, because if you look over on the right-hand column, the tax rate still stays the same. Now, you all may not elect to issue that 25 million, but it's in your back pocket with the ability to do so. So today, when we went out pricing, we started at 8:30 this morning. We are the advantage of being the first mover today, because the market sold off. They gave us interest rates yesterday. That was market driven. Today, the interest rates opened up, and they opened up higher, meaning the interest rates went higher on the Treasury. But because we were out early, they were able to fill the orders, and they actually bumped, meaning lowered the interest rate on the last 3 or 4 maturities, and then needed to increase the interest rate on the first couple of maturities. So if you look on this was the second handout that's 7 pages long, and I'll just take you to the second page and give you an example. On the first 3 bonds, you'll see right almost in the middle, it says coupon and yield, or rate and yield. Rate is the interest rate that we are paying. The yield is what the investor gets. Whenever the rate is higher than the yield, the investor pays a premium. And look at the first 3 yields, 2.05, 2.05, 2.05, and then the next is 2.06. Those priced this morning, they had to increase those rates. I've done this a long time. I've never seen a flat, straight across the board on maturities like that. And that's because we're in an inverted yield curve, meaning the higher coupons, the Treasury bond's higher in the short term than it is in the long term. Now, we had to bump those to get orders, but on the back end, we had to increase the rates, and they call that cutting. And then on the back end, we bumped, which meant lowering the interest rates on the last. We went from 389 to 391 to a 389 on those last 3. Now, the net result was from yesterday about a 1 basis point lower yield than we thought we were going into. So even though the market was tough, it ended up with 1 basis point benefit to us. Now, I said first mover. We have sales going on right now, and purchasers already saying we need to cheapen the scale. They went out the same scale, the interest rates we did, and they're going to end up a little bit higher interest rates. So all in all, they did a really good job in a difficult market, and we've been in a difficult market. As you've been watching just CNBC or any of the news, stock market's been going up and down. The bond market's been going up and down. So I'm thrilled with this. The other item, our interest rate is, and you'll see on the bottom of this one pager, the TIC, true interest cost, is 349. Even next year, I'm running them and estimating them at 5.5%. Early on, we were running that 349 at 4.25. So we're coming in well below what our preliminary numbers were that we worked with Francis. And that was tied to, the Fed raising rates and moving against us. So all in all, we're very successful with the sale. The county needs to be very proud and guard it very well, which you have in the past, your bond rating of the AA1. And our recommendation is to award the COs to FHN as presented here.
Okay, let's see. The bond the bond rate is on that first page. I see it now. 349 for Series 2022.
Yes, sir. And it's also on the 7-page handout, the last page. I will call it a paragraph. It's the second paragraph. True interest cost, 349. And that's the culmination of the different interest rates on each bond, averaging it to.
Averaging it, yeah.
Yes, sir.
To maturity, yeah. Okay. All right. And then, this, always, I mean, it's a great help to have a good bond rating, right?
Yeah, it's guarded with, I mean, a AA1 is not easy to come by. And if we guard it, and I don't, 10 years ago, we didn't have that. We didn't have a lot of money in the bank. And what Commissioners Court has done over the past year and staff, past several years, is accumulated those funds. And it's the difference of really selling bonds at aggressive interest rates like this versus going out in the market and them coming back and saying, we can't get them sold. So if I could give any advice, is you just always guard that rating, use your resources judiciously, which you have, and that's how you operate. But it hasn't always been like that. 10 years ago, you really didn't have very much in reserves, and we're working in the early years just to add money to reserves and not making improvements to the county as a whole.
We didn't want to know what our bond rating was. So, great. Well, that's a good job. So, Dustin, what action do we need to take on that? That's-
So Judge, let me pull it back up. So it would be a motion to approve the order authorizing the issuance of the McLennan County, Texas Combination Tax and Limited Pledge Revenue Certificates of Obligation Series 2022.
Do we need to say to whom?
It's actually in the order, but you're welcome to include it to FHN.
So I'll make a motion to approve the order authorizing the issuance of the McLennan County, Texas Combination Tax and Limited Pledge Revenue Certificates of Obligation Series 2022 to FHN.
All right. All right, have a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Judge, if I could get one signature.
Okay.
And then I can award this to the purchasers. Let me put it around that way. And I'll leave there'll be a whole slew of documents left here, and I've got to go to, if you sign it, I'll fill it in underneath you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See y'all later. Good to see you. Good to see you. Take care. Good to see you.
All right, got that done.
Thank you, Mark.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark.
See y'all later.
All right, Francis, checks in the mail. Okay, Francis and I need to be at the juvenile center before 12.
Okay.
So Dustin, is there anything else we can hit on next?
I mean, it's Judge, it's just really if there's any, I think we accommodated the other presenters this morning. So if there's anything you just want to knock out quickly, we can, or if y'all are ready to break, it's y'all's preference.
Is there anything quickly that can be quickly knocked out?
I can do E3C quickly.
E3C?
All right, E3C.
As you all know, the Board of District Judges decides the auditor's office budget and salaries, but there is something in the local government code that states that if the budget increase exceeds 5%, that it comes to the court for approval as well. So just kind of a check and balance there. And so this order that's on there for actual approval and not just recording is the assistant county auditor's salaries. They were given the 9% cost of living adjustment, but based on the statute, it needs to come to you for approval as well. But that is the only increase.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
And then Judge, on E3A Information Technology, Anna is out today, but we should have a good update for the court on the 30th agenda.
Okay. All right, so we'll,
Pull that one.
all right.
We want to do any budget amendments really quickly?
Yeah, we can do budget amendment.
All right, so under F1 regarding the FY22 budget, Francis?
And y'all just stop me when I need to. So F1A is a budget amendment general fund for Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1, Place 1. They're requesting to move within their department into postage and shipping for costs for the remainder of the year. F1B, this is general fund JP Precinct 4, requesting to move within their department into supplies also for remaining cost for the year. F1C1, this is related to the district attorney's office. F1C1 is for their forfeiture fund. Forfeiture funds, the budgets are presented to you on a category basis, not a line item basis, and that is just per statute. They're requesting an amendment to that fund, and so you can see they're decreasing the other services and charges category and increasing supplies. And then F1C2, also for the DA's office, they are requesting to move within their department into professional development for professional development costs for the remainder of the year. F1D, this is General Fund 19th District Court, requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment, which will allow them to go ahead and purchase a laptop and battery backups. These are items that were on the fiscal year 23 IT assessment list. And then also increasing other services and charges for costs for the remainder of the year. F1E, this is General Fund for 14th District Court, they're requesting to move within their department into the line item for travel for visiting judges. F1F, this is General Fund AgriLife Extension Office, requesting to move within their department into professional development to cover additional conference-related expenditures. F1G1 is a certification of revenue. The certification is for proceeds from an interlocal agreement with the City of Moody in the amount of $70,150. There is a related budget amendment. The request is to increase by that same amount road construction materials in Road and Bridge Precinct 1. In F1G2, also certifying revenues. These are proceeds from an auction, $10,402. It's directly related to equipment being used by Road and Bridge Precinct 3. And then the attached budget amendment is requesting to increase the repair and maintenance line in Road and Bridge Precinct 3. F1H, General Fund, Constable Precinct 5, requesting to move within that department into supplies for ammunition purposes for the remainder of the year. F1I, this is General Fund in our contracted programs department. We are requesting to increase the line item for emergency management. Earlier in the summer, Elizabeth Thomas spoke to you on and let you know that the state funding for their department has ceased. So when we went into this budget year, we did not know that. So this additional amount is needed for this current fiscal year. And we've made accommodations for this, of course, in next year's budget already. F1J, this is in Fund 421, which is our permanent improvement fund related to our 2021 bonds. The request is to increase the line item for ADA modifications to the MHMR building. And this is based on a change order that was approved on the last agenda. F1K1, the next four are all for the Sheriff's Office and related departments. F1K1 is for the jail, requesting to increase motor vehicle operating and food services for costs for the remainder of the year. F1K2 is for the Jack Harwell Detention Center, requesting to increase their overtime pay line as well as the food services line, moving from full-time employees. F1K3, this is for Jack Harwell Detention Center Medical, requesting to move from their full-time employees line into the management services line. And that line is used for our contract for medical services. There was a mid-year contract change that you approved earlier in the year. In F1K4, This is for the sheriff's office, requesting to increase motor vehicle operating, moving from various line items within that department. F1L, this is General Fund, Mental Health Court Services Department, just to move within that department into the professional development line. F1M, this is General Fund, Maintenance of Buildings. They are requesting to increase the repair and maintenance line, as well as supplies. They were able to find excess revenue to move into those line items throughout their department, but there is one amount that they are asking to come from contingencies. You'll see that at the bottom, $11,727. F1N, General Fund, Road and Bridge Precinct 2, requesting to move within that department into part-time pay, to increase part-time pay for the remainder of the year. F1O, General Fund, Veteran Service Office Department, requesting to move within that department into supplies for costs for the remainder of the year. F1P, this is General Fund, the department we have for the Commissioner's Court. And this increase is needed for continued sign language interpretation. And this, based on our estimate, should cover through the end of the year. And F1Q, this is Fund 401, our Permanent Improvement Fund. The request is to increase a line item for building modifications to the courthouse. And this would allow our maintenance department to make some changes to the 4th floor of the building to accommodate the 74th District Court.
Okay. All right, listing all those, there's no questions. Is there a motion to approve F1 A all the way, or F1, F1A all the way through F1Q?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion, second.
Questions,
All right.
especially about F1Q. When did we approve the 74th District Court moving to the fourth floor? Or do we get to approve that, or?
Well, yeah, we're in charge of the space.
So I mean, that's the first time.
Justin, did we,
I'm almost certain we did. I know we have discussed it. I will go back and look to see, but it was part of when mental health court, specialty court was going to move to the first floor of the annex, and but I'll go back and look for a date, but I'm almost certain that we did.
I am too, because we also went, you and TJ and all, taking Judge Hodges' court and staff to where they're gonna go. Some of them will be located down on Washington Avenue that have to be separated. And then there's accommodations for the rest of them on the, in the annex. But check that, but I'm almost positive we did approve that.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, call, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Okay, anything, any others, Dustin, you wanna grab, or?
Under F2, there's a forfeiture fund and forfeiture assets fund that can be taken care of quickly, F2B and F2C.
All right.
Yes,
Francis?
these are for fiscal year '23. Both the DA and the sheriff are presenting their budgets for those funds to you. They are based, like I said earlier, based on a category basis, not a line item basis. But they are based on the funds that are sitting in both of those forfeiture funds.
Okay. All right, any questions on those? Is there a motion to approve F2, A, B, and C?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Okay, well, let's recess until 1:30.
Recording stopped.
I mean, it could have.
there's been a lot.
Okay. Let's call court back to order. It's 1:30. All right, Dustin, if you would, pick up on the agenda. Let's try to clean it up, and then our final discussion items be in.
Sounds good. And Judge, I know under F2, the FY23 budget under F2A that you and Francis might have an update, but we can hold that until later if that's okay.
Yeah, okay.
So moving on to item G, bids, RFPs, and RFQs. G1 is authorization regarding renewal of RFP 19-025, McLennan County Pauper Burial Cremation Services with Lakeshore Funeral Home and Crematory. Ken?
We have a standing contract with for our mortuary services with Lakeshore Funeral Home. We did that bid. It was RFP 19-025, and we had options to renew that contract. We received an email from Lakeshore. Well, first off, let me say that we've been pleased with their service and don't have any problems. And I've had a conversation with Heather, and I think we're all good with their services. We received an email from Lakeshore. They'd like to continue their services, but they would like to request a 3% increase on the current contract. In this day and time, I don't think that's unreasonable. It's due to the higher inflation for supplies and burial costs. And anyway, we provided a list on what those increases would entail for each of the services provided. If the court agrees, then this contract would renew from October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2023.
Okay. I know that, through the years, we've had things that come up that affect them and us, and they've always worked well with us to be able to figure things out, and I appreciate
Yes.
that. Any comments, any questions anyone have before we call for action? If not, I'd make a motion that we approve the renewal of the RFP 19-025.
So moved. Second?
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. All right, thank you.
G2 is authorization of Fortinet quote from CDWG for the firewall upgrade. Lisa?
Yes, thank you, Dustin. My request for Commissioners Court today is regarding the 40 Analyzer project that we had scheduled. There were funds allocated in capital outlay this year in the amount of $10,107. As we've gotten ready to work with the vendor and get this project scheduled out, there was a slight increase in those fees. The original quote we had received last year, probably April or May. The additional cost is $819. I do have some remaining funds in capital outlay from our VX Rail project in the amount of $3,443. So my request for court is to allow me to use those remaining funds from that project in this remaining project. And in the event we are unable to schedule this project in this fiscal year and it needs to roll into the fall months, we do have a dollar placeholder in the FY23 budget. If that were to happen, we would need to allow for this budget of $10,926.
All right, any questions?
One question, Lisa. As you prepare to ride off in the sunset for a well-deserved retirement, is there any concern that whomever takes your place is going to come in and say, hey, this isn't the way I want to go, I want to do this instead, and we've spent almost $11,000 and we're going to have to unravel it or undo it and go a different direction?
I don't think so, sir. This project is in relation to our firewall, which has also been recently upgraded. This particular project is for storage expansion, and we will be bringing this product on premise inside of our server room rather than in the cloud. We have, that way we can set our own storage capacity to meet our needs. The cloud option for this vendor was very limited. So I don't think this would be anything that would be of immediate attention with a new director to change right away,
Okay.
if at all.
That was my only concern, is that somebody coming in would want to go a different direction. So you're saying that's probably, there's not probably not any viable options out there. There are different directions in, so.
No, you would need to use to expand storage for this product. You would have to do that within the product that we have.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So Commissioner, that would be a good question for the, when we do the interview. Are you gonna come in and change everything?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions or comments? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to authorize the additional funding for the firewall project, firewall upgrade.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Under item H, contracts and local agreements, H1 is authorization of revised agreement for inmate detention services with Orange County. And this was actually approved back on August the 2nd before Orange County had made some revisions. I think the main change was too, is just allowing under the suspension or termination, it just, if there's not enough space in the jail to hold inmates, it's allowed to be terminated. So we just need a motion to approve the revised agreement.
Okay. Any questions anyone have?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H2 is authorization of revised customer service agreement with Republic Services. This is dumpster rental for Road and Bridge Precinct 1. Commissioner Smith?
Yes, sir. We'd reached an agreement with Republic for a dumpster on our site, and right shortly after we signed the contract, they came back and told us there was going to be, I think, a $5 a month increase in cost. That didn't necessarily set well with us, and we went out and looked other places, but guess what? There wasn't anybody else. So my motion would be that we approve this new monthly amount.
Second.
All right, have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H3 regarding the subscriber agreement with TransUnion Risk and Alternative Data Solutions, authorization of pricing supplement and pricing sheet for data collection services for JP Court Collections. Back in June of 2020, we originally approved this agreement. The monthly amount has increased from $125 a month up to $140 for 200 searches. This is used by our resource connection clerk, who's doing those JP Court collection duties, allowing her to be able to research and get additional addresses on people who may owe the county money on tickets and other collection items.
Okay, any questions?
Are they the only player in town, Dustin, or does?
I believe there are others. When we looked at it back in 2020, this is the one that Donna, our clerk, felt most comfortable with, and I believe they were the most reasonably priced as well.
Okay, well, reasonably priced is important to me.
Well, we got the information, more information in a format that could be used with other data that we collect, so.
Very good.
All right, did we get a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Miller, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving down to H5, authorization of amendment to meal services agreement with Trinity Services Group for Highway 6 Jail and Jack Harwell Detention Center. Ken?
If the court may recall, we worked on a amendment to the meal services contract back in March. They had requested an 8.7% increase through September 30th, 2022. since it is budget time, I went back to them and said, okay, you said that you would hold this rate until September 30th, 2022. What are you going to do then? And so they sent back an amendment to the meal services. They have agreed not to make any changes in September, October, and would like to renew through September 30th of 2023, but they would like to hold in reserve opportunity to make a request for an increase possibly on January 1, 2023. I bring to you the amendment to the contract for your viewing and your consideration. Again, this would be, if we renew this through September 30th, 2023, this is the last renewal. We will have to go back out for bid this next year. Sorry, any questions?
Ken, it says that it would, if they do make a request, to be based upon the current consumer price index, food from home, food away from
no.
home. Is there such a
Away
thing?
from
Is there
home.
such a thing as food from home?
Well, there is, but they do use the food away from home because that's literally what they're doing.
Okay.
And the service has been acceptable or good service from the standpoint of
I
vendor
have
service?
David Ives on the line if he would want to comment. I have not heard any complaints about food service. A little bit upsetting about the increases, but again, they do base their request for increases on the consumer price index.
Right.
And again, it's very much evident right there for us to see.
Yeah. So David, if you're on, do you, can you affirm what how good a job this vendor's doing one way or the other?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So if we've been very happy with the service, and when they did that increase mid-year, they were very forthcoming with information. They were very forthcoming with the data that they had. They provided that to us. It was a good presentation that they gave us, and we believe that it was the right thing to do at that time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
8.6 is regarding, sorry, Judge.
No, I'm just thanking the folks.
Okay. 8.6 is regarding the standard form of agreement with Brinkley Sargent Wigington Architects, authorization of revised project schedule and budget, McLennan County Downtown Jail remodel for courtrooms and office space. The court remembers back in June, we had approved this agreement. They've had some issues getting one of the consultant packages returned due to some turnover. So it caused a shift in the budget and the date that the bids would be received, and then also from the project schedule kickoff. So that's in your packet, and it just needs judge's initials, but we wanted to bring it to the court since it does affect the project schedule.
Okay, any questions? All right, is there a motion to approve the revised project schedule and budget?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
8.7 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the city of Hallsburg for road shredding. This is just the annual interlocal we have for the shredding of those Pavelka Drive, Summerfield Drive, Wilbanks, Kibitza, and Hall Drive.
Okay. What do you recommend, Commissioner?
Well, this is the one that they do the building maintenance.
Oh, this building maintenance? Yeah.
Maintenance contract.
Okay,
I wouldn't have a problem with it.
yeah.
Yes, building maintenance.
All right. Well, I'll make a motion, we approve it.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose, pass.
H8, authorization of professional services agreement and related geotechnical proposal with Langerman Foster Engineering Company for Eichelberger Crossing Bridge improvements. Zane.
Yes, sir. We're asking approval to get a couple of borings on the north side of the Bosque River Bridge, Bosque River near the Eichelberger Bridge to do some coring there, and then one on the south bank. The sum will not exceed $13,700.
Okay, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Pose, pass.
H9, authorization of extension of parking lot lease with Washington Partners LTD for County Sheriff. This is the provision of 20 designated parking spots at the lot located behind the Sheriff's Office building, and it will continue that monthly rate of $500 per month for an additional year.
Okay. Any questions anyone would have? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose, pass.
H10, authorization of letter of agreement with Hendricks Consulting Engineers, HCE, for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing assessment services for Heart of Texas Fair and Rodeo Extraco Event Center. TJ.
Yes, good afternoon. So we are seeking court's approval to hire HCE, an engineer office out of Round Rock, Texas, to come in and perform an evaluation of the HVAC system at the Coliseum. So they'll come in, evaluate the systems, make recommendations on the belief of the life left within the facility, as well as new equipment that could possibly be put into the facility. So we are asking for approval from the court.
And so who are these, is this a company that you've known of, or what do you know about them?
So I've never done any work with them. I briefly looked over their portfolio, just what I could find online. They look to be reputable. They have pretty extensive experience with MEP. I'm comfortable with it. This is a group that Wes had brought to us. So as far as background goes, that's about all the information I have. And of course, this will eventually lead into some of those parts and pieces associated with ARPA funding and energy cost savings and fresh air intake in the facility. So this is going to be a big step to kind of kick off that process.
Is there not anybody local that could perform this?
You know, we've been asked that question, and, you know, Commissioner, off the top of my head, I really don't know of anyone local that could do this. When you get into particular types of chiller systems, the depth in the county is just not very deep as far as the knowledge base goes. Now, contractor wise, we've got a couple of contractors here in town that are fantastic. But on the engineering side of things, we don't know of anyone that has that depth.
And Ken can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Hendricks did at least some of the commissioning work or the MEP work on the at the base in the venue project.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, yes,
Probably why
yes, they
Wes
did.
recommended. Okay.
Here's the point, I piggyback on what Commissioner Jones said, TJ, because we've discussed this. You know, if we don't ask around, if we just, and I don't know when we say assume or we don't think, if we haven't actually asked local firms, we don't know for sure. And I'm pretty sure local firms, unless they had to bring in someone from somewhere else, wouldn't be charging us $1.50 per trip to come up here.
That's $150 per trip.
$150 per trip to come up here and evaluate our equipment. And that would be my comment regarding it.
Right, I agree.
I understand, but it sounds like we have done business with them if they did the work at the base. And that Irwin Construction, who does business with all the local HVAC people, chose them. I'd say we do know something about them. I mean, I know that they like the system. They're trying to learn how to run it, but Well, I mean, if the court
But
wants to
this
try to
is for
find,
the system where,
this is the chiller at the.
in the Coliseum, the old chiller in the Coliseum, that's how old?
25 years plus.
Oh, wow.
That's in dog years.
Man, that's pretty old. I
Yeah.
mean, even, 20 years for an air conditioning system, no matter what.
Well, the thing that we, in the discussion that we started on is with higher cost of energy and these kind of things, there's a lot we can't do, but trying to find efficiencies may be worth the investment.
And so we think we can charge this to ARP?
No, so I believe the ruling is the design work we cannot, but this will lead up into that bigger picture for projects that we want to associate it with ARPA.
That's correct.
So in other words, if we had to replace the chiller, you mean, then that would fall under ARPA?
Yes, sir. As long as we can prove that we're creating a cleaner air atmosphere with more outside air coming into the facility, as well as energy cost savings. Energy cost savings, of course, being the easiest, just because we are dealing with an older piece of equipment. The newer stuff's always going to be more efficient.
Yeah. I yield to the court what they want to do. If we want to try to shop it, see or make sure it's local, I just figured that
If it wouldn't, if TJ, time is not of the essence as far as rush, it wouldn't bother me for us at least to check with local consulting engineers to see their capabilities and if you would be comfortable or not after visiting with them regarding their expertise in the area.
Sure, yes.
A little bit more in depth. And again, I would yield to the wishes of the other court members. If they're ready to go ahead with it, that's fine too.
well, I'm okay with, feel good about the deal, so, I'd entertain a motion to defer.
Motion to defer.
Can I say one thing while we're here?
Yes, sir.
Is that, again, engineering services is a professional service, and technically we can't shop that by cost.
I wasn't wanting to shop it by cost. I just wanted to know if anyone else had the expertise to look at it.
I'm just saying, I want to be careful of that.
Okay, thank you.
Again, as a professional service.
Okay.
Generally, to have this depth of knowledge on the energy stuff, they're designated as a LEED, LEED. They have that certification, and I don't know that I've seen that, but it doesn't hurt to call around.
Right, and we are not in a rush. I mean, we can spend the next couple of weeks and touch base with a few folks in the community and see what we can come up with.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second to defer.
I'll second.
Do what?
I'll second it.
Oh, okay, thank you. No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
H11, reauthorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with Bosqueville Independent School District for School Resource Officer Program. Back in 2018, the court approved an agreement with Bosqueville ISD for the assignment of a sheriff's deputy as a school resource officer. This is just a reauthorization of that agreement.
And this is at Bosqueville, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And then they reimburse us for the cost of the
We bill them,
SRO?
we bill them monthly.
We bill
and
them
We bill
monthly?
them actual personnel costs.
Actual cost. Good, okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
Under item I, capital improvement and construction projects, I-1s regarding the Mart Water Project street repair agreement with City of Mart, authorization of third and final payment request, and I believe that work is still ongoing. So Judge, I think the recommendation would be to keep it deferred.
Yeah. I'll make a motion, we defer.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion?
I am gonna visit with the city of Martha and get a time frame because we're going into another fiscal year.
Yeah.
But from the pictures that Zane sent, the work's not complete.
Now, those roads that we were involved in are the last ones they'll do.
Mhm.
And so, I talked to the mayor, but yeah, it'd be good to visit with him and just say, you know, we need to get it in this budget year.
Well, if he can't make this budget year, but at least give us a time frame,
Yeah.
so we'll know when it's gonna wrap up.
Okay, good deal. All right, we have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, passed.
Under I2 regarding capital improvement projects for the Cameron Park Zoo, I2A is discussion and or action regarding capital improvement budget for projects. Judge, do you want to hold this until
Yeah.
after executive session?
Right.
Moving down to I3, authorization of fourth floor courtroom renovation, currently specialty court for the 74th District Court. TJ?
So this goes along with that initial agenda item that was set on the budget. So this is to go through and create a closet storage space up there on the fourth floor for Judge Coley. Dustin was looking back. We did talk about moving the 74th. I believe it was just in general conversation as well as some workshop type stuff. So we will bring that back onto the agenda for final approval. But this is just a dollar figure that's associated with creating that storage closet.
Okay. Any thoughts, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Sounds like we're kind of doing this backwards then, I guess. Are we? No, I don't know. Just me.
I'm trying to think back. Did we get a schematic? I thought we got a drawing. And it's been several months back and they had this area kind of designated for the 74th. Didn't the committee give us some type of drawing sometime back?
We've done multiple, so there were a lot of moves going back into that March, April timeframe, and we designated a lot of space as flex space. So the initial move was moving, and it was all hinged around Judge Coley coming downtown, and that's what was talked about back in March and in April. The first move was moving Judge Minkowski and her court coordinator from the first floor of the annex over to the third floor of the courthouse in those old video conference rooms. And then the second kind of phase of that was designating that first floor of the annex, that the admin office outside of the visiting courtroom as flex space to be used by the mental health court as well, with the mental health court moving over to the area where Judge Minkowski and Marcus were. So, and then we designated the spot where the ice machine is on the third floor as a flex space for adult probation to be able to use. So there's been multiple steps, all that were triggered by Judge Coley coming downtown. And as TJ said, that was discussed back in both March and April. And I know it was discussed, potentially more than that as well.
Any other questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass.
We have nothing under J, real estate and right of way this week. Under item K, grant proposals. K1's discussion under ARPA, which we've already talked about, the Central Texas Industrial Training Center, and then reviewed that ARPA budget as well. Under K2, regarding the bipartisan infrastructure law, discussion and or action on funding guidelines and opportunities. There was announcement this morning about the bridge infrastructure grant program that's available. It was sent over by MPO, so we have sent that on to TLC, the engineering firm that's going to help us with the grant opportunities for their review as well. So I don't know if anybody has any specific thoughts or questions on either ARPA or under this infrastructure law.
Any questions? All right.
Not. Moving on to K3 regarding the Bureau of Justice Assistance Small Rural Tribal Body Worn Camera Program. I believe the constable's office has asked this be deferred again.
All right, I'll make a motion to defer. Is there a second? Motion made and second. Any other discussion?
Could I interject one thing? And it's been on here for quite a while. I know at some point we're going to act on it, but there's two things I would really like to know. One, I think it tells us here the initial cost. So, I want to know what it's going to cost the county now And I'd like to know what the ongoing cost is gonna be after the grant or after the first year or whatever. What's it gonna cost us year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5? Is it gonna go on and on?
Lot of
The
data
storage
storage.
also too.
Yeah.
Has been an issue.
What is?
Storage.
Data storage.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
It's these are large files.
okay. Well, those are all things I think need to be answered.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion second to defer. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
We have nothing under item L. Under item N, additional items for discussion and potential action. M1's discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19. I checked with Elizabeth this morning and she didn't have an update. I know sometimes Commissioner Miller does, so didn't know if there's anything to share here.
I do. I'll go ahead and give you some of the information I got last week. On a good note, our positive case numbers have decreased. The previous week, we were almost at 800. This last week, we were almost at 700. It still sounds like a lot, but it's still a decrease of over 100 positive cases. Our hospitalizations decreased, although we did have 3 additional deaths last week. And our community risk level is high. But what it's showing us is that people are becoming more attentive to trying to be safe when it comes to COVID-19. So we were kind of on an incline, but we're starting to see a decrease.
Good.
Okay,
All right, moving on to item M2, authorization of reappointment to the Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network Board of Trustees. They are requesting the reappointment of Josh Borderoud to the board with the term to expire on September 2nd, 2024.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under M5, authorizations regarding Texas Department of Motor Vehicles 2023 local optional fees as per Chapter 502 of the Texas Transportation Code. There are 2 local optional fees that we are at the maximum of for both of these. So our option is either to keep it the same or reduce it. M5A is the county road and bridge fee. We're currently set at the maximum of $10. And then M5B is the child safety fee. And we're set at the maximum of $1.50 on it.
Okay, any questions anyone have? There,
Motion to approve M5A and B.
Second.
have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right. Judge M8 is authorization of amendments to the McLennan County Employee Policy Guide. No, Anna is out today, so didn't know if there's any further discussion on PTO, the accrual, as was discussed last time, or if this is something that the court wants to defer and address again on August 30th. I think the only question might be for Francis is how far out would we need to set the effective date for the transition to PTO and those things for her office to be able to keep up, I guess.
So it will take some time, of course, to get the system set up and adjusted if you decide to move to a different policy. But I think as long as you decide before the end of August, that'll give us the month of September to prepare for October 1st, so.
Okay, and I think also the sheriff's department wanted to weigh in on kind of their opinion on the comp days, and so at that meeting, we can go ahead and David, if you'll be prepared for the next Commissioners Court meeting to talk about comp time in relation to how it affects the sheriff's department.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I would like to, Anna probably answer this for us, make certain that when any conversion that we make, that we're not penalizing employees with loss of leave time or any other time, that we're doing apples and apples as much as possible. So that's also a thought on my part.
Okay, so
there are 3 it's M8A, B, and C that would need to be deferred.
So move.
Second.
have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, dropping down to item N, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project. N1 is authorization of professional services invoice with CP&Y. This is their ADA study and report for the month of July, and it totals $895.75.
Any questions? Not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Under item O, McLennan County Venue Project. O2 is regarding the Area B demolition project, professional civil engineering services proposal with Walker Partners. This is their services through the month of June. Back in December of 21, we approved this proposal. The total for the scope of services is $24,000. This invoice is for $1,800, and as I said, it's through the services through June 28th.
Okay, any other questions about that? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
So Judge, that leaves us a few action items. We have the zoo item. We also have the joint general election item, plus we have an executive session to do as well.
Okay. Let's do the joint election item.
All right, so that is under item M10 regarding the November 8, 2022 joint general election.
Okay, Mike, are you on?
Yes, sir.
You had sent something out, so,
I sent out a memo. You know, I tried to flip through things while we were talking, but didn't do a very good job of it. But this is stuff that is more recent. We have an election advisory opinion from it's number 2022-26 and from the Texas Secretary of State's office, and it I think you should have those in front of you. But
we do.
The county clerk or elections administrator must, and that's their emphasis, the capitalized must, appoint the first person who meets the eligibility requirements from the list submitted by the party that obtained the highest number of votes in the county from the 2018 gubernatorial election as the early voting presiding officer of the early voting polling place. And so that is a recent election advisory opinion that tells us, you know, that the way we're doing it is the way we're supposed to do it. The way we're proposing to do it. Again, the emphasis on the word must was the original. There's also I referenced training materials from the Secretary of State that was from a webinar for all election departments, and it says the same thing. Presiding early voting officer is from the party whose candidate for governor received the highest number of votes in the county. And I go down and I do recognize the fact that section 85.009 of the code refers to the party with the highest number of votes in the county and doesn't have the for governor or gubernatorial in it. It just says the highest number of votes in the county. But believe that the way the Secretary of State has interpreted this is to try to harmonize, make a reasonable interpretation in line with how that language has been used in the other code sections. And so, you know, it further, you know, it just says the highest number of votes in the county. They went back and they've interpreted it in light of, okay, what would be the most reasonable interpretation and how's that language been used? Further, if you were to total up the numbers from all of the office elections, the party with the highest number of votes still would not change. However, the more prudent interpretation is the one given by the Secretary of State. I don't, I would not think it would be reasonable to just ignore the Secretary of State's interpretation. I think we'd be at more risk doing that than complying with their interpretation of this item.
Questions, comments?
My thoughts on that, and I have the utmost respect for Mike's legal opinions, and I wouldn't dismiss lightly any advisory from the Texas Secretary of State's office. And so my question would be, it's not that we're acting alone as a county. It's not as if McLennan County would be the only county that is deciding that they're going to wait until there's settled law. Because what it is an advisory. And what makes me a little unsettling is, one, I knew Kathy when she came. And she came with over 15 years of experience from Fort Bend County. And by the time this statute was enacted and finalized, I guess, in 2017, they finalized both of these in 2017, Chapter 32 and Chapter 85. And I don't see Kathy being cavalier with the law. That's just not a characteristic of hers. And so I have respect for what she did. As I know Jared's going to grow into the best elections administrator in the state of Texas.
I appreciate that.
And so I don't want you, it's not a personal thing. I don't want you to think this is an attack. That's not what it is. My unease comes in having stated chapter codes. One is saying that by the party with the highest number of votes in the county as the presiding judge, and then the second highest number of votes in the county as the alternate judge in Chapter 85. And in order to get the gubernatorial wording into our policy, we go to Chapter 32. And what it says in Chapter 32 is, by the party with the highest number of votes in the precinct. And then it starts breaking down that those voting places are in commissioner precincts, and then the highest number by precinct. I know that the Secretary of State is trying to give directives across the state, but when I look at counties as large as Harris, as large as Dallas, as large as Fort Bend, as large as Travis, and then you have counties where the gubernatorial winner was a Democrat, yet they kept Republican election judges. When you have a county where the gubernatorial winner was a Republican, yet they kept, did I say it? Democratic election judges. There is, and Kathy did the same thing. So it's a blending of 85 and 32, which is what the policy is trying to say, but we only pick one word. So my unease is that it's not settled law, that we want to, and we've been doing it since we didn't, in 2018, we did it the way it currently is. In 2020, we did it the way it currently is. I don't want to erode the community's confidence in our 2022 election by changing it, and we have no reason why we changed it, because the law has not changed, nor has the law been settled, if that makes any sense.
It does. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It sounds like to me that we were doing it wrong, and that this only pertains to the early voting. Is that correct?
That is
See,
correct,
the statute
Commissioner.
does-
Yes.
And that's nothing we're inferring. There's nothing in the statute that says in 32 on election day it's supposed to be by precinct. When you go to section 32, it says a presiding election judge and an alternate presiding judge shall be appointed for each election precinct in which an election is held. Not on election day, but when there's ever an election held, this is the process. And see, that's what threw me off, because you specifically outlined in the memo election day, but that's not the verbiage in 32. And all I'm saying is, I don't want to stray from the law, especially while we know in the state of Texas, lawyers are trying to work this out. The legislature just kind of gave it to us convoluted, but I think we have to do our best to do it right.
I guess my question would be too is, you say I don't want to stray from the law, but that's an inference also. It's not.
No, this the wording.
Well, but what they're saying, and I hear Commissioner Jones, it appears what we've done in the past was not right.
I don't think that's true.
So we've assumed it was, but when
I don't think we were wrong in the
So
past.
when I get something from our legal counsel, I have to give a lot of credence to that.
No, you're right, but it's an advisory.
And
What I'm reading is statute, and what his memo says is according to the Texas Election Code. Doesn't say according to the Secretary of State's advisory letter. It says according to the Texas Election Code, and that's why I went to the code. And this is what the code says. And I don't think we were getting it wrong, nor do I think that counties across Texas are just thumbing their nose at the Secretary of State. I just don't think election administrators would be that irresponsible. I think we're trying to get it right across the state of Texas in a situation where the codes are telling us multiple things. But if we're going to use 85, then we use 85. But if you need to use 32, you can't cherry pick what we take out of 32. We have to at least take the whole sentence. We can't go in and take one word out the sentence. But that's all I'm saying. I don't think Kathy got it wrong. She's not here. I don't think they're doing it wrong in Dallas. I don't think they're doing it wrong in Harris. I think we're doing the best we can, and I'm not comfortable changing it, going into an election cycle, taking away the only Democratic early voting site, the only minority early voting site on unsettled law.
We're not taking away any sites. I mean, we're not taking
You're
away.
taking the authority of that site away. If you put a Republican judge at the multipurpose center, it's no longer
Well,
a
I think it's,
Democratic site.
I think it's incorrect to say that we're taking away a site.
You're taking
I think-
away
I
the
think
authority of
I
the
think the
site.
people are gonna vote there no matter what, no matter who the judge is. And I'm very confident in the person that has been selected can do
I
a
don't
good
know
job
him.
of job.
I don't
Can do
know
a
him,
good
so
job.
I have
know
no
him.
confidence in who
I
it
know
is.
him, and I think they
And I don't think it's legal to put him over there.
Well,
And
really.
in my research, my research has shown that that counties are do this all the time.
Okay, what counties?
I've just been told that there's other counties, so.
Jared, you have something to add?
We moved on. I don't remember what it was now. So,
Okay.
as far as, and like I said, we're going based off of what the attorneys at the Texas Secretary of State have told us. And of course, the Secretary of State is the chief elections officer in the state of Texas. They're the ones who interpret the law. And, I feel like they have the final say on what is and what is not and how the Texas election code is supposed to be interpreted.
I don't think they do, or then we'd be settled. If this were the final word, I think we would be seeing all Democratic precincts in Dallas County. We'd be seeing all Democratic precincts in Harris County. We would be seeing all Democratic precincts in Travis County. We would be seeing all Republican precincts in Fort Bend County. That is what the term unsettled law means. They're still trying to work it out.
So that's
And
what
I do know we have an advisory, but it is not, the Secretary of State is not the final. It is a good directive, but it is not law.
Well, I like what Jared said. The Secretary of State is the chief elections officer in the state of Texas.
Right, but he's not the
And
chief
I-
lawyer.
I think that we need to heed to what that chief officer says.
What's the liability, that the county would have, on each direction or each advisory?
Mike, could
I
you?
don't know, more is about the potential for, delaying things if you drew a injunctive lawsuit or something because you weren't following the law as interpreted by the Secretary of State. It's not, definitely not monetary, it's more the
Right.
delay or interference with your election that would come with,
Okay.
you know, some sort of lawsuit. The the delay and that would come with some sort of lawsuit would, but you know, that translates into money and other problems. Really what I'm saying in this memo is not that, you know, there may not be perfect language in the code. And I'm not saying you have to bring 32 into 85. The reality is what the Secretary of State has obviously done is said, I have to interpret this to harmonize it with the rest of the code. And they've interpreted it to reference the gubernatorial race because everywhere else that says the party with the highest number of votes in the county, it refers to the gubernatorial race. So it's just an interpretation, and that's correct, but it is an interpretation that we're expected to follow. And that's kind of the end result.
And I understand that, Mike. I guess my only question comes, it's an incomplete interpretation. It's taken half of the sentence. In order to get a clarification and bring in the gubernatorial wording, it has to go, the Secretary of State has to go to Chapter 32. And when he goes to Chapter 32, he only takes half of the sentence. And for that reason, I think counties across the state have paused on simply going with Chapter 85. I think they have decided to give as much fair representation to both parties as possible, which is what the statute also states. And so there has to be a reason why you have large counties across the state of Texas deciding to do this. And I think if McLennan County maintains the system that we have been doing, we'll simply be doing what counties are doing across the state. We won't be doing something new. We'll be doing something new if we change. And I don't see the reason to change what we're doing in sight of unsettled law and in spite of the fact that nothing in the law has changed. Nothing has changed to make this move today. Nothing has changed.
Just
Can we
because it hasn't
also,
changed, that doesn't mean that we were doing it correctly. And I just want to make sure we're doing it correctly. That's my ultimate goal.
It doesn't mean we were doing it
here.
wrong. And I'm just not gonna let us put that on Kathy. It doesn't mean we were doing it wrong, and it
Sure,
doesn't
I'm
mean
not-
that Dallas County is doing it wrong. It doesn't mean that Harris County is doing it wrong. So we don't need to say we were doing something wrong. We don't know that. That is what the term unsettled law means. We don't know.
Right. And you know, I'm certainly not going to blame
Right.
anybody, any of my
That's true.
predecessors.
We're in on either side on this.
Right, but on this one, we could at least err on the side of fairness.
So when you say it's not settled law, does that mean that there's a pending suit?
I think, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Has there? Because I have not heard that.
I think it came out in 2017. I think there's work on getting a clarification with the legislature. I'm not saying it's pending suit, but I know there are discussions with some of the civil rights organizations in Austin on trying to get a clarification between 32 and 85.
Okay.
The code also distinguishes between sizes of counties and what they can do.
Okay. All right, I think.
In different parts of the code, it does distinguish different sizes of counties. Yes, that is
Does it
correct.
also distinguish, Jared, regarding counties that don't use a countywide polling place? Is there a difference between the selection of judges in counties that do and counties that don't?
For election day vote centers, yes, but not for early
Not
voting.
early voting.
Not for,
Yeah,
so for
early
early
voting's a
voting,
completely
it's the,
different animal.
it's the same for whether
Right.
or not you have countywide or you don't have countywide.
Correct, because countywide doesn't have anything to do with early voting.
Okay, okay.
All right, I think we rode this pony about long enough.
I believe you're right.
So, I guess in asking for the pleasure of the court, define whether you want to take all of that, M10, or, you know, part of it, or be clear on your motion.
I would like to
take
make
it
a
in
motion as-
sections. I would like to take it in sections. I would not like to take it as a group. I would like to take the order of elections. I would like to take the early voting dates and times. And I would like to take the locations. Then I would like to take the election day vote centers, and then the election personnel,
So,
the way they have it bulleted.
Can we do that if it's one agenda item?
okay,
Yeah, you could do it. You can split them up even off an agenda item.
that's what I understood.
And that might, and you know, if you're bringing it down to vote on what you're arguing over, at least that's totally separated out from your other stuff.
So, okay, if we do that, and I'm gonna take that as a motion, and I'm asking for a second. And Mr. Gibson would be mad if I did that.
It's just okay.
He thought you had to have a second right then, but if I say I'm holding for a second, it ought to count. So, what are we gonna learn if we divide this out and we take the personnel piece out of the process of selecting personnel out? What are we waiting?
I'm not saying we're
Hold
gonna
on,
learn
Mike. What are we waiting to hear? What are we waiting to hear to solve that question? Otherwise, we might as well deal with it right now. So, Mike, were you about to say?
I wasn't saying wait on it and not vote on it today. I was just saying have a separate vote on it from the rest of it. But it doesn't matter. I mean, you've got it all on the same item. You can take a vote on the whole thing.
Okay.
Just a side
That's
note.
a good idea. Go ahead.
The election does need to be ordered by August 22nd.
Yeah.
That's the deadline.
I'm working on minutes right now, not on months or days, so I'm okay with you separating that out, but that gives the court the right to come back and pick that one piece up and talk about it again and decide whether they want to take action on it or not.
Well, I think.
Because
like
it's
you said,
still
I think
part of the agenda.
discussion- I think the discussion, we just called for the question. I think we're ready to just move on the action.
Okay.
When, give us those dates again, Jared. When do we have to know, when does the order of general election have to be decided?
Yeah, the order has to be the order of election has to be approved and signed off on by August 22nd.
Second, yeah.
At 8/22.
Yeah, so that's next Monday.
All right, what about, and the order of election sets what?
That just states that an election has been ordered. It's an announcement that the election is coming. The next step would be the notice of election. And what we'll do on that is we'll weed out the entities that are not going to be holding elections. Like on the order right now, it has every entity that is going to order the election. But we'll know on the notice for sure who is going to be holding an election, what positions are up for or what offices are up for election. And that'll be the public notice that goes out.
Okay,
It's
what
printed
about
in
what about the
newspaper.
drop dead dates on the other bullets?
As far as the personnel, we need to have that finished by the end of August.
You saying August 31st, August 30th?
Yes, yes.
And what, and, okay. Is it possible to direct an inquiry to the Attorney General to see if they are in the process of fielding any of these questions?
We asked that earlier.
Yeah, but they don't have anything to do with it.
They won't weigh in on it at all.
They will, they will direct you to go to the Secretary of State.
Typically, that is what happens.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Miller, do you want to state your motion?
Oh, I wasn't gonna make a motion. Oh, okay, I need to move to separate this out, or,
If that's what you want to do.
okay. But I'll tell you what, I'll do it like this. I would like to, move that we accept the order of general election, for the November 8, 22 joint general election, that we accept the early voting dates and times, and that we accept the early voting locations, that we accept the list of election day vote centers as presented by the elections administrator.
But this excludes the personnel.
Yes, sir.
But the personnel still on the, leaves it.
This motion.
That's my motion.
Yeah. So is there a second? Second. All right, I have a motion second. Any discussion? Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Quinn.
Aye.
Pass. And Dustin, Mike, I'm assuming I'm doing this right, but because that was not included, then that still leaves that piece as an agenda item.
That's right. You
Okay.
still have to do it.
Okay.
And Judge, this may, I'll share my screen. Maybe this will help.
Read
And
it.
I can highlight what was just approved. So that should leave those remaining items if I'm correct.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the Democrat Party and Republican Party election personnel, including election vote centers, early voting clerks, election day judges, alternate judges, ballot board and signature verification committees, Central County judges, and managers and tabulation supervisors.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion been made, second, discussion.
Yes.
Any more discussion?
I would like to commend you for your point. You've handled yourself very well, and I appreciate that. But if I'm gonna err, I want these people on my side. And so that's my biggest factor about this, is that's the people that I would want in my corner if we're gonna be called on the carpet. I want the Secretary of State and the attorneys that have given these opinions to Mike and Jared. I want them, I won't be on that team. So, but thank you.
It's also my understanding that the Democrat Party and the Republican Party have both signed off on these
No,
lists.
no, the Democratic Party has not. And I appreciate that, Commissioner
Yeah,
Perry.
Then
Go ahead.
why is it even here in front of us? So, that.
If they've submitted their list, if you look, we said no discussion. If you look through the packet, you'll notice that when it gets to the early voting sites, that the Democratic Party has put a Democratic person up for that site location. They're not conceding that that site should go Republican. I was hoping that because according to Chapter 32, the court can still appoint that site have a Democratic election judge. I hate that what got thrown in the water is that all of a sudden we could get sued, or all of a sudden we were doing something illegal, because that is not true, and that has not happened since 2018, or in fact, since these chapters were adopted. What we've been doing, we could have kept doing.
So Commissioner Miller, just to make sure we're clear on this, for the Multipurpose Community Center, the Democratic nominee for deputy early voting clerk would still be there. It would be an alternate position versus a lead. That's the big
understand.
difference. And for election day, she would still be the lead presiding judge on election day.
I
I just want to make sure we're
understand
clear
that.
on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are.
Okay,
And
okay.
that was my point of question, because none of that is in the code that way.
Understood. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, and Commissioner Miller, you were addressing Commissioner Perry.
Oh, no, I was just saying I understood
Okay.
that what we have been doing in the past, we were in no danger of being sued or doing anything wrong. We could have kept doing it for the November 22 election. That lead judge during early voting could have remained a Democrat. They're doing it across the state but we've ran down this road.
Okay. All right.
Well, let me tell you how this came up. We were confronted with it by the Republican Party. We didn't find it ourselves. Isn't that right, Jared?
Yes, that is correct.
So I don't know that everybody is gonna be, happy and keep going if we don't follow what the Secretary of State says. I'm not. That's the only thing that bothers me is I don't know if doing it the way we have been doing it, which conflicts with the Secretary of State's advice or advisory, doesn't put us in a position of,
No, I understand that, Mike, and I respect it. I think, and you and I go back, when this first came into statute, it was raised by the Republican Party then. And the system that we have is what manifested itself. Because, as the memo said, it is not a directive. It is an advisory. It is our advice that you do this. And that's why McLennan County, just like the counties across the state, would not have ran into any type of issue had we kept doing the system the way we were doing it. Because when it first came up, the Republican Party brought that to the attention. In fact, I think it comes up, but it's always, we've been able to move forward and have Section 32 take precedent, and we've always apportioned one of those voting sites for the Democratic Party. This will be the first time, although nothing has changed in the law, that we have deterred from what we were doing. Since the law was implemented, what we are doing is what we have been doing, similar to other counties across the state.
The only time I recall them specifically addressing the elections administrator about it was this last election, and it was, I think, too late to change it. But if I remember right, but
That's what I remember about it.
Well, it came up under Commissioner Gibson. That's how it came on into my sites. When the statute was first introduced, the conversation came up when he was county commissioner. And I remember him and Kathy having conversations. In fact, I remember him and you having conversations.
Okay.
Well, I'm not saying that I disagree with the fairness aspect of it. I can see that, but that unfortunately, the law aspect of it is just like an attorney general opinion is just an opinion, but you're expected to follow it. An advisory it may just be an advisory, but you're expected to follow it.
Comment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
And I've said this before, and said it here in court. I'm a firm believer that if we have legal counsel and they advise us, I'm going to follow it. I'd hate to ask him to represent me if I don't follow it. And if we don't follow legal counsel, then well, bottom line, there's no reason to have one, so.
Don't say why have him. Don't say that.
Oh, excuse me. Well, I've just, Mike, I'll go way back with you, way before here, and that's always been my position is to listen to the legal counsel and do what they think needs to be done.
That's how you stayed out of jail all
That's
these
kind of
years.
how I stayed out of jail for so many years, and just
Okay.
barely, but.
All right. We caught the pony again, we're riding him again, so let's call for a question on the vote, so.
We need a second.
We already have all that.
Second?
Yeah,
Oh,
we have
okay.
a second.
All right. It's been so long.
All right, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
No.
Judge Felton?
Aye.
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Perry?
Aye.
Pass. Thank y'all very much. Okay, Dustin.
All right, Judge, so that can take us down to the executive session, then we still have the zoo matter as well.
Okay, so, we're gonna take about a 2-minute recess. We're going to go into executive session on 551.071 of the Government Code regarding attorneys and settlement offers. Justin?
Yes, sir. This is discussion and our action on capital improvement budget for the Cameron Park Zoo. So I think the recommendation is to defer this item.
So move.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. All right.
And then under item F2 regarding the FY23 budget, F2A is discussion and our matters regarding matters relative to the FY23 budget and 22 tax rate. Francis?
Yes, sir. Okay. I am gonna.
I can pass them down.
Just need one of each. I should have already done that, I'm sorry.
Take one of each.
Okay, so, of course, we filed the proposed budget the end of July. After we file that, what we like to do is any changes that are made to the proposed budget, we want those to be action items. Sorry, y'all. It just makes it very clear on what is going to end up in that adopted budget. So, this page, and don't let this scare you, I know this looks like a lot, but I just wanted to just kind of, I needed, for my own purpose a lot of times, is just to put on paper, what do we still need to do before August the 30th? So that first number one that's in green, approval, we want you to approve changes made to the budget since we filed that proposed budget. So the next 2 pages of that first handout are going to list some changes that we're gonna walk through. Some of them should be very quick, and then some of them we need to have a little more discussion on. But then I would like you to approve that listing as a whole, so that we know that there is consensus there on what we're changing in the proposed budget. So if you're ready, we're gonna go through that list.
Okay.
No. So just top, and we've actually put the line items and then the net effect on the budget. So the addition of the part-time magistrates, you approved that agreement in court, a lot of discussion there, but we just want to show you how that affects the budget. So we've added in a line item for part-time magistrates and then adjusted the taxes and fringes. So you'll see there the net was $489 when we were done. We already had a lump sum put in the budget and contingencies for that, but we just needed we needed some more details. So that's the first one there. Going down that says Public Health District, confirmation of contract amount. So we had that discussion very early in the summer, but we are in our last year of that contract. That is where we pay an amount per population, per number in the county. In the contract, it says that we can use an estimated population from the Texas Data Center. So we just wanted to make sure that was all in line. Based on our estimated population, we needed to increase that line by $33,431. Next on the list is sign language interpretation for Commissioners Court. We've watched this cost increase over this year through the summer because we were meeting more for budget. That cost went up this year. You saw a budget amendment this morning, and so we just kind of tracking it the last 2 months. We feel we want to go ahead and increase that for next year too, just to eliminate budget amendments if we foresee that need is there. Next, there is a position that's titled Gang Intel Corporal. This was just one that should have been included in that 10% increase for corporals. And just because of the name, we didn't pick it up the first time. So we're just adjusting that to make it whole. Below, just another thing, there's a net effect of 0, but just a position, had the wrong position number on there. So just moving from one to the other. Again, we just want to make sure that that's clear what we've changed in that proposed budget. Health services, software licensing, there was an increase needed there. We've worked with Heather Travers, and there was just a difference in the amount we had and then what she's expecting to spend in the upcoming year. So we increased that by $1,562. The next section, capital outlay. So these are 3 items, 3 projects that are budgeted in the current year. But we have gotten word that either the item will not be received before September 30th, when we thought it would, or the projects will not be complete. So maintenance of buildings had ordered a skid steer. TJ has gotten word that that will not be received, I think until November. So, like I said, it's budgeted this year. You know, we had projected to spend all of that, but we're going to have to roll that PO into the next year. So we need to re-budget for that. It just won't be spent in this year.
But that amount of money will be rolled back into our,
Correct. It just won't be spent this
Won't be
year.
spent this
We'll
year.
expend it when we actually receive it.
okay.
And then the next two are 414th and 474th District Courts. They were audio video projects that IT was working on to upgrade those courtrooms or to get those courtrooms set up. And so those projects also will not be done this year. So we want to roll those forward into next year. Next down is County Auditor's Office. So these are of items that were set by the district judges. One is the one for appointed officials. It's the cost of living adjustment on my salary, 7.5%. And then,
Can you bring some receipts on what you're spending to prove your cost of living's gone up? Never mind.
No, you're good. I'll send those to you. And then part-time pay, we've never utilized part-time pay, but we see a need for that this year. And so we asked for a part-time pay line of $5,000. So we just increased from our placeholder we had to make that $5,000 with taxes and fringes, so that we could see how that works this next year. District court reporters. So another one that is ordered by the Board of District Judges. So in order to retain and to attract court reporters, they agreed to the 9% cost of living adjustment. They've also increased those positions by 3%. So there's a total 12% increase from one year to the next. And there's, I know, severe issues right now with retaining and attracting court reporters. And so there's 8 district court reporters. And so those are the increases above the COLA that we did not have in the proposed. And we'll talk about county court at law court reporters here in a little bit. DPS always comes forward with a request each year. This year, we had plugged in $20,000 as we were assuming what amount they were going to ask for. It actually came to $20,717. So we just need to increase that line item by the $717. And their request is very comparable to last year. It's the purchase of radars, the crash data software upgrade, and then some other maintenance cost on their software. Okay, next is contracted programs. And the second handout that we passed around, I know that's kind of small, but here we go. So, the original budget that we had looked at for emergency management was preliminary. Since that time, the city has made some changes. So they did not approve the 2 new positions that emergency management was asking for. So that budget's decreased by that amount. They've also increased, though, the indirect cost allocation. And they increased that by $22,777. On the second page of that handout.
Just real quickly, is that a percentage that they normally use, or they just come up with an arbitrary figure for the indirect
So
cost?
it's based on actual costs, but it is a percentage of those departments. So if you look at the second page of that handout, they have like administrative services. So they've looked at what administrative services actually cost for the city. And then there's some percentage that they're saying administrative services is attributable to emergency management. So and you can see down there, there's IT, legal, human resources. So they they are allocating other departments to emergency management, and then we are
I
asked
guess
to cover that half.
maybe my question to you would be, on the indirect cost, if they're not using all the funds, we're not getting anything back, right? I mean,
We're paying it up front.
yeah, whether it gets used or not, it's,
So they bill us quarterly, and so, What-
you've explained this.
yeah, and so they are looking at actual cost and then taking that percentage again and turning it over to us. So yes, if they don't, like if these
We
numbers
don't, if they
didn't-
don't use it, we don't pay it.
Correct, so they're just gonna bill us on actual, but they are billing us for indirect costs, so, if emergency management ceased to exist, I'm assuming you would still have these costs, so. But, you know, we see indirect costs from the city in the library as well, animal services, and then, emergency management. So that budget, then, you know, like we've said, state funding, is no longer available. So we are halving that budget. The request is to half that budget with the city. So that is a decrease, from the original proposed budget. So it's a decrease of $53,407. One other thing that I want to bring up, you had questioned the amount that was in this budget for some repair and maintenance on sirens that were in the city of Waco. $15,000 is in this budget, rolled up into this budget. I talked to Elizabeth to make sure. So $15,000 is in there for work to be done on sirens in the city. And you had questioned whether you wanted to include that in what we're going to contribute, because those are only City of Waco expenses. They're not countywide. So I wanted to see if you had any thought on that. If that's not something we want to include there, then we will back that off from what we tell them we are okay to
I don't think
pay.
it's so much the amount as that it is the thought and the idea that, so I don't want it lending itself down the road to them going, well, they paid for part of our siren repair or maintenance, so maybe they'll, I just don't, I think that's again, like I say, it's not the money, it's just the,
I
it's the
agree.
idea and the concept that we're.
And if you looked at half of that, of course, it's $7,500. So that's what they're asking us to contribute for that piece of it, so.
I guess the only question I would have, are any of the sirens located to where they are a benefit outside the city of Waco?
Well, the other question be, is there any people out in the country in town when the siren goes off, when the sirens go off?
I'm sure there are.
Yeah.
Well, but
Tell them, it doesn't apply to them.
But we don't pay for anybody else's, do we? Or repairs? Do we pay for, I mean, I know there's some out in Robinson. Do we pay for Robinsons? Is there some in Woodway?
No, that's why I just think it's not a good practice.
Okay.
So if there's consensus, we'll back out another 7,500 there.
Back
Just
it out.
because of what you said, Jim, I mean, what we keep Hewitt or Robinson or somebody else saying, well, hey,
Yeah.
we wouldn't mind some help on ours.
Yeah.
So then again, just circling back there, so overall decrease just from our proposed budget. And then the juvenile probation transfer. So the transfer amount that we had in the proposed budget, and then we had some amount in contingencies for the COLA as well, included a COLA on all positions. As of lunchtime today, there was a juvenile board meeting, and it was approved that the positions that are the juvenile supervision officers, the detention managers, and the detention supervisors, they will get 10% added on to their original salary, similar to what you did for the jailers. And so they had already received an increase, less than 10%, in the summertime. So we will make sure that they're getting a total 10%.
Not on top of.
Not on top of it. So they'll get 10% on their original amount, and that remaining amount of increase will go into effect October 1st. There will not be a cost of living adjustment added to those positions. And again, similar to what you did for the jailers and jail corporals. So that is a decrease in the total budget of $237,841. And once that budget's put together completely, we'll bring that'll be on an agenda, one of the next agendas as well for you to give your okay to as well. So all of those changes, if you are agreeable to those, that would be a decrease in the proposed budget of $67,066. So a combination of some increases and some decreases, but we just want to make sure that that you are all agreeable to those items.
Well, do you need that in form of a motion as you go, or are we gonna wait till the end, or how do you wanna handle that?
Yes, let's take I would like it if we took a motion on this list. There's one more thing at the very bottom. It's not general fund related, but special revenue funds. I know we haven't got a chance still to go through those, but the only thing that's changed since the proposed is that in the courthouse security fund, the sheriff's office is asking for an additional amount to upgrade some security systems within the courthouse. So that cost would be $56,716. Again, that is coming from courthouse security fund. It was already included in the contingencies line, so we would be moving that up to capital outlay. But it is a good use of that fund to use that, so. I don't know, I went through those fast, but any questions, let me know. But if not, like you said, it would be good if you wanted to take action and approve that list of changes to the proposed.
I guess that was my question. Can we do it all at once? Just approve the changes as recommended? We don't have to go through each of these in this.
No, I think as the list would be good.
You're talking about that list, correct?
I'm sorry.
But this list right
It's
here.
page 2 and 3 of the handout.
Okay.
Proposed changes to proposed budget. Is that the title?
That is the title.
Okay, my motion would be that we accept and approve the proposed changes to the proposed 2023 budget. Would that be correct?
Sounds pretty
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion, second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
So after those changes, we've already got those loaded in. We will make one adjustment for those sirens, but it's not gonna reflect too much in the ending balance. But we just wanted to kind of come back to where we were. So you'll see here with those changes loaded in, that we would be ending at 53.1 million, which is 38.1% of our goal. That is with the proposed tax rate of 0.376355. So just wanted to just kind of just get our bearings again, because it's been a while since we've looked at this in detail. But all of those changes that we just talked through are included here.
So the proposed rate is 0.376355. That's what we're
Correct.
proposing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
And then down a little further, you'll see there our target fund balance at 33% is right over 46 million. So we're right over 7 million over that goal, which is just a goal. It's, good that we're exceeding it.
And we'll see 3.9 of that
Come out.
possibly come out. Okay.
Yeah, so we can still adjust and
So if we plug the 3.9 in right now, what, could you show what that does to?
And we have, we're gonna plug in, so we already had
900 in there.
900 in there for, so
And just a generic, I wouldn't give it a title, I would just leave it generic.
Yeah, because
we can just put the number. Just do 3 million. So, I wish I'd set it up different. So if you just added an additional $3 million in expenditures to this budget, you can see there that bottom 35.2%.
Just over 50,000.
Is that where I'm gonna go? Yes, sorry. Yes. So right over 50. And then, of course, you know, you're sitting over your goal, so you can leave it as is. You could push money into TCDRS, our TCDRS debt. You could lower the rate. Lots of things that could happen there, but that is what that would look like.
I don't know what everybody's opinion is, but I think at this point we kind of leave it like it is. Not push
Pretty
it,
good to me.
not push it anywhere else.
Yeah.
So, you know, we went through that list of changes to the proposed. Those are things that they're either things that are contract-based or not a lot we can do about, or we've talked about it the last few weeks.
Right.
There are two items that I want to bring up and that we also need to take action on. So one of those is there was a new position requested just recently. It is for pretrial services, and HR is requesting that it be called pretrial services clerk. It would be a B4 at a salary of $37,385 plus COLA. It is recommended by HR based on the data that she has researched for that office. And so, of course, there'll be taxes and benefits and furniture and IT needs for that position. The total buy-in would be $61,100. And so this is related to, you know, some of the magistration discussion. It's just something that has come up late. And this information was all given to us by Anna, since she wasn't able to be here today, but she wanted us to
And
push that to y'all.
Dustin, she might have, I know she mentioned it to me, but she might have mentioned to you that as she got into the study, she actually found out that maybe it was understaffed more than she thought it was.
That's correct, Judge.
So they're asking not for a part-time, but a full-time?
Be a full-time, yes, sir.
Full-time, yeah.
So I think she had found, just looking at their current situation, that if you took their full-time staff count per the inmate count, average among comparable counties is 4.74 employees, and McLennan County's at 2 employees.
Now,
was
is this
part
the
of her
position that's
recommendation.
supposed to pull the data that this new statute is requiring on magistration?
I couldn't answer that for sure. I don't want to say
So-
anything.
So
Definitely.
Commissioner, the way I understand it, it was for the judges that set any modifications that aren't done through the magistration process. It's to assist with that. So it is tied into the public safety, the PSRS data entry.
So it's a result of another unfunded mandate, are you saying, Dustin?
Yes, sir.
That's a shocker.
Okay, anything else?
Is that, do y'all want to kind of mull that over and think about it a little more?
Oh, in
Or is there any-
position, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, does anyone need any more information on that? I mean, can't talk to Anna today, but we can talk to her next meeting if you want to. Get a comfort level there, whatever.
Well, I know, I guess I'm just a little unclear of where one department's functions stop, meaning the help that they get at the jail for the same service, and then where this position would come in. How do they roll over, or how are they separated?
What does the flow look like?
Yeah.
Where is this person's gonna be staffed? Right over here,
Yeah,
pretrial?
how much
Do they have room in there?
I don't know, they got 3 more judges?
Over there, there's you got this office and then the corner over there. When you go out the hallway, that corner office next to where the.
Indigent defense was?
Right.
Oh,
With deputies in the restroom?
defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretrial?
Right.
And, I mean, there's room in one of those places for another,
It's a big office,
big office, okay, okay.
but we can, it's okay, we'll just, hold that one to get, but we need to get someone to answer the questions. So Anna can, as well as maybe Judge Bain or.
Yes.
But I think Anna's got a pretty good handle on what everybody's doing.
Okay. And then the other item, so we mentioned earlier that the district court reporters, they received the COLA and then they've also increased an additional 3%. So county court at law court reporters are decided upon by the commissioner's court. Historically in our county, you have kept all the court reporters at the same amount. You don't have to. So I just wanted to put that out there when we have increased the district court reporters above the cost of living adjustment, you have moved those county court at law reporters up as well. So,
Well, if you don't, won't you run the risk of them wanting to move over to where the other spots are?
that, yes, I guess that could be a possibility.
Create your own problem.
Yeah. I guess they all need to be the same.
So they're not directly related, they're different bodies setting those salaries, but at the same time, historically, we have kept those the same, so.
These new employees or tenured employees, these court reporters?
It's a combination of them.
But you said it's difficult to get.
Mm-hmm.
There.
When was the last time, I guess we hired a new one? How long has the newest one been there?
Well,
We can get Anna to pull.
Yeah, Judge Menard, didn't she just hire one?
She
Yes, I
did, and
believe
she had her spot had been vacant for a while and didn't receive any postings and ended up, I believe, hiring Judge Minkowski's. It was a part-time court reporter that had applied for that spot. So I do know there has been a struggle in getting applicants.
Yeah, they're sharing, and then of course, if there's not a person in that position, they're hiring substitute court reporters. Like that's all they can do. They have to have a court reporter there. So there's 3 county court at law court reporters, 1 for each county court at law. And that additional 3% with taxes and benefits would be $10,070 for all 3. So those are still the 2.
I think we need to keep them the same, or else we're just gonna, like Commissioner said, create our own problem with them leapfrogging or moving over. I mean, that's my opinion.
I agree.
And I guess we can analyze it next year, but it just seems like they could kind of work together and we wouldn't need as many of them, but.
I guess if you got court going on every day, then at the same time, then you would have to have one in every court. But does that happen all the time? Or
No.
is it not a pool you can use, or?
No, it's the way it's been done. Doesn't make it right.
Okay.
Okay.
So those are the two matters that have come up recently. So county court at law court reporters and then that pretrial services position. The other thing that we need to adjust in the budget, and as of today as well, is the debt service fund. So we had put in estimates for the principal and interest for the new bond. Of course, it's never perfect, and so especially this year. So we will adjust the principal and interest. It's in total, it's a $792 difference. So total debt service first year is about 1.8 million on that bond. So just an increase of $792, and then we will smooth out principal and interest so that it matches what was presented to you today.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that's clear. So the other thing that we have, and I know we keep deferring it and putting it, is special revenue funds. So we've just kind of run out of time every time we've met. The budgets that were presented this year, there's quite a few of them. They were all very reasonable, comparable to prior years. Those were all of those, of course, were in the proposed budget. We talked about that one capital outlay request that was then increased from then. But I don't know what your feelings are. If you want to go through those, if you just want me to give you some highlights. If you are, anyway, I just need to, time-wise or feeling-wise, how
Well, I think if you do the highlights, but give everybody a place to go for, if they want to dig in deeper, they can.
okay. And then I'll touch on some highlights here. Our next meeting is scheduled for August the 30th. So that is the fifth Tuesday, normal meeting or normal fifth Tuesday meeting. And so we can talk more that day, but then of course that evening is the adoption. So is there a feeling that, I know we still have some things lingering. Do you all want to schedule a meeting for next Tuesday? Is that something that, so that we go into the 30th? We can make decisions on the 30th as well. I just want to make sure that,
You want everything tidied up.
I'd like to go in with everything done.
Yeah, I agree.
What's next Tuesday?
and I'm just throwing that out as, just because it's a Tuesday, but completely y'all's call.
I'm good.
Yeah, I don't think we should be tying up too many loose ends on the day that we actually
That's
vote
right.
on the budget.
Yes.
That's an uneasy feeling.
And I know there's things that are out of our control. We don't know today to talk about, so
Right.
we need some more information.
So the 23rd, you're saying the 23rd,
Yeah,
have a meeting?
I just have one thing, on my schedule, that's at lunch, so we should, that'll be a quick meeting.
You just wanna do the funds then?
We can, that's up to you. We're here as long as y'all want us to be
On the
today, so.
23rd,
I've got
9
a
a.m.
4:15
Okay,
meeting,
okay,
so
okay,
that's why I'm
yes.
thinking it would.
Yes, y'all let me know what you're,
I'm for it.
All right,
I'm good.
I've already got it listed.
okay.
because we'll just have budget that
23rd.
day.
Because that was the day we were gonna have the public hearing on the tax rate if needed.
Yes.
So I already had it scheduled, so.
Oh,
Let's see, I think I'm good.
Look at the auditor's pet sitting over there.
We have to get it posted.
Okay. We'll make it happen.
Okay.
but special revenue funds, we'll do highlights the next Tuesday. Nothing surprising. We do have 3 new special revenue funds. So I think you'll be interested to hear about those, and what their use is. And then we have some that are gonna be phasing out. And that was all, those changes were made during Senate Bill 41. So we had that's when they consolidated civil court costs. So, it changed a lot of the court costs that we were spreading to funds, created new ones, modified some, did away with some. So I just want to make sure y'all are all familiar with those.
Okay. All right,
You have been trying to meet with us about the special revenue funds. We should be more helpful.
yeah, we're gonna have to meet with her on that, so she'll quit bothering.
I know. I just don't want anything to be.
I guess you don't think they're so special anymore.
Revenue funds.
Okay. Justin, anything else?
Judge, I would like it if we could just check with Mercedes to make sure we covered everything. I know we did a lot of skipping around.
It looks like we've covered everything.
Okay, we're all clear. All right, if there's not anything else to come before the court, well, we stand adjourned.
Recording stopped.